of Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa, whose patronage of our seminar reaffirms His Highness's unlimited support for sport in general and women's sport in particular. I also greatly appreciate the OCA Council of Asia commitment to this vital issue, along with its outstanding role towards achieving gender equality. And here, I would like to thank the acting president, His Excellency Mr. Raja Ranbir Singh, for his continued support and the crucial role of His Excellency Captain Hussein Lamsallam, OCA General Director, towards implementing the OCA's gender equity strategy. The participation today of so many distinguished delegates, including 43 NOCs, 36 Secretary Generals and board members, and numerous experts of the field, underlines the importance of gender equality to all stakeholders, which reflects our shared efforts to work together, hand in hand, to achieve our collective goals. And this goes in parallel with the IOC Gender Equality and Inclusion Objectives 2021-2025, which focus on 5 areas as follows. First, participation. Second, leadership. Third, safe sport. Fourth, portrayal. Fifth, resource allocation. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we refer to gender equality, we understand that it includes the right to practice sport for both men and women, which means equal opportunities at all stages, starting from grassroots, and grassroots is the fundamental base of every strategy to ensure sustainability. No doubt that sport has a crucial importance through its positive role in the progress and development of societies, both mentally and physically. Nevertheless, sport is the only tool that has the power to unite all nations toward a common goal through its values and principles. When we speak about sport, we must speak about education and awareness, which are the two key components in achieving these benefits at all levels, from grassroots to elite sport. The OCA has therefore integrated education and training into its sport strategies, including women's sport with a dedicated sport program to empower women and ensure gender equity, opening the door to a strong and active women's presence in all technical and managerial level. And our main focus will always be on quality and not quantity. At this point, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the OCA's cooperation with the International Olympic Committee, highlighting in particular the key roles of the IOC President, His Excellency Mr. Thomas Bach, His Royal Prince Faisal bin Al Hussein, IOC member and chair of the ANUC Gender Equity Commission, and Ms. Lydia Sanekera, chair of the IOC Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Commission. Such effective cooperation underscore the fundamental role and responsibility of the Secretary General of the National Olympic Committees in implementing international and regional gender equality strategy in partnership with the National Sport Association, clubs, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and other bodies concerned with sports. However, here comes the necessity of establishing an effective evaluation and monitoring system so that we can recognize that what has been achieved and learn from best practices. And I hope that the outcomes of this seminar will meet our objectives, which leads to a new era of progress in gender equality. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, in closing, may I once again thank you all for taking part and underline my confidence that your constructive engagement will make this meeting a milestone for gender equity at both continental and international levels. In doing so, I warmly welcome you to the Kingdom of Bahrain and wish this seminar and all its participants every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikha. Now I will leave you with a short video of Bahrain culture and sport. When we are done with the opening speeches, please allow me to welcome my colleague and our moderator for the OCA Gender Equity Seminar, Head of Atlas Development Department and Special Project, Mr. Tony Tarrant.
Thank you, Wissam. Good morning, everyone. It will be my pleasure to moderate the OCA Gender Equity Seminar for the coming 2 days. But first, I would like to welcome again on stage OCA Executive Board Member and Gender Equity Committee Chair, Sheikh Hayat bint Abdul Aziz, to welcome our panelists. We would like to welcome first on stage our panelist, IOC and OCA Executive Board Member, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Al Hussein. We would like to welcome also our panelist, IOC Executive Board Member, Mrs. Michaela Jaworski. Sheikha, the floor is yours.
In fact, I'm pleased to start today with the seminar panel. And on my right-hand side, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein. He's the IOC board member and the chair of the ANIC Gender Equity with his valuable experience. And personally, I'm really proud to be a member in that committee, which is chaired by Your Royal Highness. Also, I would like to welcome you, my dear. You are our champion on and off the field with your valuable experience also in gender equity, and wish you all the best. So you are all of you most welcome. Your Royal Highness, here we are today. Can you share with us your proudest moment in enhancing and supporting gender equity?
Thank you very much, Mo Sheikha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For me, there is no single moment. This has been a journey for me. When I first started as president of our NOC, I'll be very honest and frank. Do you mind if, sorry. I feel bad sitting there, so I was very much like you. I was in the back of the room, listening about issues of gender equity, and I really did not understand the importance at the time. It's been a long journey. I think we've made a lot of progress. I said at the ANOC General Assembly just last week, in 2006, when I attended my first ANOC NOC meeting, less than 10% of the room were female. And I was very glad that going back to Seoul in 2022, that about a third of the participants were women. That to me means that we are making progress. And progress is necessary. You've seen the numbers. President Thomas Bach talked about it. But this is it's an ongoing journey for gender equality and gender equity. And it's not something that starts very easy. And as a man, I did not know what I should have known at the time. So it has been a journey, but it's a journey that you all have to make. Because now I understand the importance of gender equality and gender equity. And that's why it's an honor for me to host the ANOC Gender Equality Commission. Because we were made to complement each other. We were made to work together. As the president said, we added the word together to the IOC's stronger, higher, and faster. And it's only together that we can make that difference. And being together means inclusion. It means embracing. It means understanding the importance that we all play as part of an integrated group and as a part of the Olympic family. So it's been a journey. I still haven't gone to the end. I've seen good improvements, I have to say, but we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Royal Highness. Really, it is a long journey. And as Mr. Bach said, it is a collective effort. Everyone is responsible. And be sure that we will be together always and we will reach, hopefully, our shared goal. Thank you, Your Royal Highness.
Thank you, Royal Highness. Thank you, Sheikh Hayat. And welcome back again, Mrs. Jaworski. something to mention, in fact, even a typhoon couldn't stop you from joining this seminar. As a former athlete, a champion, and with your current position as the IOC Executive Board member, and not to forget your leadership, can you share with us and the participants your proudest moment in supporting gender equity?
I'm going to take your lead and stand. Good morning, everybody. To answer your question, Tony, whereas Prince Faisal used the term about it being a journey and it being very difficult to define a single moment, I would say that it's a process. But as a woman and as a mother, I would have to say that probably the most important contribution that I could make to gender equity is teaching my sons to respect women. Because I have 3 sons. They are 22, 20, and 14 years old. And it's not just about love, it's about respect. And along with that comes the responsibility of representing women well. So it's also a constant effort towards being excellent, being respectful also of others, and developing the different friendships and relationships within a community like the Olympic family, where we can be grateful for the support and the opportunities that are given to women like me through Prince Faisal's encouragement and mentorship, through the OCA, where I first became involved in international sport administration as a member of the OCA Athletes Committee. Using these different opportunities, whether I was given those opportunities through an effort of these different bodies to have more women in decision-making bodies, I would take those opportunities and make the most of it. So I learn along the way, and I acknowledge that there are many, many people in this room who have done a lot around the world of gender equity. And I am very grateful for that because I know that I am where I am also because of the work that they have done. Thanks.
Mrs. Jaworski, what can I say more than impressive? A loud applause for our panelists, sharing with us their personal experiences straight from their heart. Now, I would like to welcome, joining us online from the IOC, Director for Corporate and Sustainable Development, Mrs. Mary Salwa, for her presentation.
Dear
Good
OCA
morning.
Acting President, Raja Fanzir Singh, dear OCA Director General, Honorary Director Hussein Al Salam, dear IOC Executive Board Member, Your Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein, and Michaela Kodionko-Jaworski, dear OCA Executive Board Member and Chair of the Gender Equity Committee, Sheikha Hayat Abdulaziz Al Khalifa, with whom we have the pleasure to work hand in hand, dear Your Highness, dear IOC members, dear Olympics, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You heard a president say and highlight the importance of advancing gender equality in Asia, in particular, but in advancing gender equality at large, in support of our vision to build a better world through sport. As a director in charge of gender equality at the IOC, let me explain to you the objective that we have for 24, tell you an understanding of the current context, and discuss with you how we can continue to work hand in hand in the future to advance gender equality, especially in Asia. You may know that accelerating and maintaining gender equality as part of Olympic agenda has allowed us to focus on the field of play as part of Olympic Agenda 2020, and now as part of Olympic Agenda 2020+5, to mainstream gender equality on and off the field of play. The survey we conducted in 2018 highlighted the need to conduct surveys and understand where we were standing. Now, we have defined 21 objectives for 24. They are covering the three spheres of responsibility that we have. First, the IOC as an organization that needs to lead by example, as the president stated, and act as a role model. The IOC as owner of the Olympic Games, to create the Olympic Games as an important platform to advance gender equality. And last but not least, the IOC as leader of the Olympic movement, to work hand in hand with national Olympic committees and federations to advance gender equality. As Sheikh Ayat already highlighted in her introduction, her objective aim at focusing on 5 focus areas. First, to increase participation from grassroots to elite sports. Second, to increase representation of women in leadership. Third, to provide a safe environment for all. Fourth, to ensure that we portray men and women equally. And last but not least, that we allocate resources equally as well. We have also made 2 strong commitments to the outside world: to continue to consolidate the Olympic Games as an important platform to advance gender equality, and our objective is to reach full parity in Paris 2024. And the second commitment we made is to continue to accelerate, reaching a minimum 30% representation across all roles. So as we said, it has been a journey so far, and it will continue to be a journey in which we need to all play a part. But before we look into the future, let me show you a video that shows already, the progress we have made together and what we have achieved until the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. Can we have the video?
The Olympic Games, the biggest platform for gender equality in sport, where women athletes are pioneers, each generation breaking new ground to inspire the next. It's been a long journey. In 1900, in Paris, Swiss sailor Hélène de Pourtalès became the first female Olympic champion. As women took part in the Games for the first time, they represented just 2.2% of competitors. But for more than a century, they've been breaking barriers and marking milestones, challenging stereotypes and gender norms, blazing a trail for women's sports. Over the years, women's participation at the Games has steadily increased. London 2012 was the first time they took part in every sport on the Olympic programme. And by Tokyo 2020, they represented 48% of competitors at the most gender-balanced Games to date. Historic moments. Performances which mark a generation. Images from the Olympics are seen by billions around the world, creating icons and role models for women and girls, proving that if she believes it, she can be it. The Olympic Games reflect women in all their diversity. This is where we prove nothing is impossible. Creating positive, lasting legacies. Showcasing the best of sport and humanity. Hand in hand with the Olympic movement, we'll continue to ensure women can participate in all sports, on and off the field of play. Let's celebrate women athletes reaching ever further at Paris 2024, the most gender-balanced Games of them all.
So, as Prince Faisal said, it has been a long journey. But now we can capitalize on the progress we have made. And thanks to the progress we have made in the field of play, we have created tremendous role models and a group of women ready to take on new roles. So let's look at the result in Tokyo 2020 beyond the athletes. You see on the slide in yellow the proportion of women, and in green or blue seems on your side the proportion of men for every role that the delegation bring to the games. And the gray arrow shows the average worldwide. So you see that for every role, we have more work to do to increase gender balance at the games, across various roles. But where we need to put even more the emphasis in Asia, as you see on the slide, is on team management and team leadership. And we are ready to work hand in hand with you to see what can be done already for Paris 2024 as the next milestone. Outside of the games, you heard a president say that the IOC would like to continue to lead by example and be a role model. And indeed, a lot has been done to increase the number of women from the executive board to the membership to the IOC commissions. We now have nearly 40% IOC members who are women, which is twice the number we had before we launched Olympic Agenda 2020. And recently, as you heard the president, we have reached full parity in IOC commissions. This should be a source of inspiration for all. And when you look in Asia, we can see, as it is the case across the world, that we can continue, to work on the representation of women within executive boards. That actually all continents have a role to play here. But in particular, you see that we can do better also in Asia. The same applies to General Assembly, where it's even more difficult because we need to work hand in hand with the national federations. So what can be done and what can be the priorities towards Paris 2024? The first priority should be to continue to ensure participation of women at the Olympic Games in all categories of the NOC delegation and continue to build the pipeline from grassroots to elite sport. Second is really to, again, as we said, mainstream gender balance in all categories of participants. Third, to reach gender balance in governing bodies with a minimum representation of 30%, as we saw just before. And last but not least, to continue to provide a safe environment to all. And in that respect, we see an encouraging sign that more and more NOCs have safeguarding policies and safeguarding officers, and we stand ready to continue to work with you to increase this proportion. As the president said, gender equality does not happen magically by chance. We have to work on it and to define strategies and approaches to get there. Here are a few key insights that we would like to share with you based on the experience we have had working with various stakeholders across the Olympic movement. First, it's important to make gender equality an executive priority. It is, and many of you said, a shared concern. And it's important to appoint someone or group in charge of it that will have this as a focus area. It's also very important to understand the context in which you work, because its context is very different. And this is why we encourage you, beyond the facts we have shared with you, to collect also information within your own context to really understand the baseline you start from. Also important to look for a pool of women. Too many times in my career, I've heard we would like to promote women, but we don't know where to find them. With 50% participation in the Olympic Games and 50% women in society, women are out there, but we need to identify where they are. We need also to define an action plan and set clear goals and targets, and to continue to monitor our progress, to celebrate them, and to adjust our priorities and goals, depending on what we achieve. The good news is that a lot is already done in the region, and you have great role models. Here are just a few examples of the women we have celebrated as part of the Women in Sport Award that we have awarded for decades. You see here Sheikha Hayat, with whom we have the pleasure to work hand in hand to advance gender equality in Asia. You also see Manisha Malhotra, that I believe will speak later in your seminar, as well as Mrs. Hashimoto, who has been the president of Tokyo 2020 and has really leveraged the activities to advance gender equality in sport in Tokyo, leading to a much greater proportion of women in the executive committee of the Japan Olympic Committee, but also many other sport organizations in Japan. So how can we, the IOC, support you while you have so many things already in your region? We could help you with some ideas that we have collected from different agencies on how you can approach gender equality. We also have a few toolkits that could be of help to you, be it on portrayal or safe sport. And we have on our website a lot of information and best practices that you can get inspiration from. For those who have the possibility to connect with LinkedIn, we also have a community with 2,500 people who can share best practices. And last but not least, on a regular basis, we do conduct webinars. Again, we stand ready to leverage the full potential of your region and work hand in hand with Sheikha Hayat and all of you to help you to the best of our possibilities. But as the president said, we have a responsibility in sport, but sport also represents a unique opportunity to advance gender equality even beyond sport. And this is why we recognize that while we partner with others, we can have a tremendous impact on sustainable development, especially Sustainable Development Goals number 5. One of the examples of this program is the One Brings Lead to Another program that we have run in partnership with UN Women. First, in Rio, and as a legacy of Rio, this program has extended to Argentina, also as part of the Youth Olympic Games 2018. This program empowers women through sport and give them all the benefits that sport can bring in terms of self-confidence and skill set. I believe Elisa Fernandez from will speak to you about the potential of spreading this program also in Asia. In particular, I believe in a pilot project first in Vietnam. So we have a huge potential if we leverage this kind of program to also advance gender equality in society at large. And in order to show you this potential, we have developed the Olympic 365 approach that allows the movement to partner with many stakeholders, be it public or private, to scale up this type of program and engage more and more women in sport. So let me now play a short video on Olympic 365. Some of you may have actually seen already enough. To conclude, let me congratulate you again for having this seminar, and particularly Sheikh Hayat for her leadership in bringing us all here together. I'm happy to know that there are many female leaders attending this event, and equally pleased to see that men are also joining forces to commit to advance gender equality. Let's together be the change we want to see to advance gender equality faster, higher, stronger, together. I am not able to be with you today, but I encourage you to contact my two colleagues, Pedro Gutiérrez, Olympian, who has just recently joined my team, and Niels Omelgaard, that I'm sure you all know from Olympic Solidarity. And if you need to learn more about the various things I covered in my presentation, please do not hesitate to go to a website whose address is on the screen. Again, let's advance gender equality faster, higher, stronger, together.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Salwa. Faster, higher, stronger, together. It's another reminder for our commitment in supporting gender equity. Now I would like to welcome on stage for his presentation from Olympic Solidarity, Head of the Olympic Values Unit, Mr. Niels Holmgaard.
First of all, that's better. Thank you very much. Thank you to the OCA. Thank you to the NOC of Bahrain. Thank you to Sheikh Hayat Al Khalifa for the leadership in gender equity, for hosting this historical seminar. I think we have 42 NOCs here today, 36 of whom have also sent a Secretary General or a board member. It's a fantastic accomplishment. And it's a great honor to address you because you are the leaders of the sporting movement in your respective countries. And you're here because you would like to take action in gender equality. So my name is Niels Holmgaard. I'm head of the Olympic Values Unit at Olympic Solidarity. And I want to start by also conveying the best wishes from our director, Mr. James McLeod, who could not be here today, but who is fully supportive of this seminar. Also, best wishes from all my colleagues back in Lausanne, who you know well, most of you. Let's see if I can get the slides up, maybe. Basically, I wanted to talk to you today about some actions that you can take in your NOCs, and also how Olympic Solidarity can support you through our Olympic Values program. So to pick up on Marie's presentation, we have a new strategy at the IOC called Olympism 365 on sport contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. Because we know that sport can contribute to sustainable development everywhere and every day. So this Olympic Values program has a budget of $25 million in this quadrennial plan, 2021 to 2024. And it is at your disposal to support sports contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we have divided the program in two different types of change. Organizational level change that takes place within your NOC or within a national federation or a club. And community level change, which is when you go out in the society and, for example, try to get more people to do sport. I will start with the organizational level change. For this quadrennial plan, we have established three main objectives, namely for NOCs to enable a sporting movement that is safe, meaning that you have a safeguarding policy and a trained safeguarding officer so that athletes can do their sport in an environment that is free from harassment and abuse. Then sustainable, recognizing that climate change is threatening all of us, and we would like for the NOCs to start measuring and then reducing carbon emissions and signing the United Nations Sport for Climate Action framework. The third pillar here is inclusion. We would like the sporting movement to be inclusive. And in this quadrennial plan, we have put emphasis on women leadership in sport and trying to get all sports governing bodies to reach a minimum of 30% women. Now, why is this important? because the NOC is the pinnacle of sport in your country, and by having 30% women on your executive board, you're sending an important message to the rest of the sporting movement that you're leading. And this will also enable you to speak with credibility around this topic. Now, let's be honest about the situation. Globally, only about 1/3 of the NOCs today have 30% women on their executive boards. And I want to add here that it's difficult on a short time to change the share of women in the General Assemblies, because the General Assemblies are typically made up by the president and sections of the national federations, and change there takes a longer time. But it is possible for your NOC leadership to decide that you want to lead by having 30% women on your executive board. In Asia, the latest statistics we have show only 4 NOCs have achieved this recommendation. So we'd love to continue working with you in this area. So how can we support? Well, first I want to also add that for this to happen, to have 30% women on your sports governing bodies, you obviously need to have strong women to take these positions. And I think in this room today we have many, and we know that in your countries you also have many. We also need strong men to open doors, create pathways, and basically support the women to get into these leadership positions. And I think we're lucky because in the room today we have many such men as well. Now, once you decide that you want to act, we can support your NOC helping to fund, for example, the creation of a gender equality strategy, policy, or action plan. Also to provide leadership training for your talented women coaches and administrators, to create a monitoring system around gender equality in your country, and create mentoring and networking activities. Now, gender equality is a transversal topic. So even if you take these actions, we'd also ask you, every time you send administrators to a course, training course, try to send 50% women or more. Every time you apply for coach scholarships or you send coaches for a training somewhere, try to send at least 50% women coaches. Every time you apply for athlete scholarships, apply for at least 50% women. Why? Because we have to start early. Already, if you have a talented woman working in a club, try to create a pathway for her to her national federation and later on to your NOC, so that when it's time to fill the 30% on your executive board, you have a pool of qualified, capable, and trained women. And when it's time to send people to the Olympic Games, you have trained women who can take on the roles as team officials and coaches at the Olympic Games. So we get to start early. Now, that was about the organizational level change, and it's almost a top-down approach. You can decide this within your NOC to go for 30% women, to always nominate at least 50% women for scholarships. How about when you go outside of your NOC into the communities? The 3 objectives we have in our program for this quadrennial plan is to help more people find a community in sport and be physically active, more people to benefit from Olympic and values-based education, and to more people to enjoy Olympic culture and heritage. In reality, the situation is quite dire. I think 85% of all adolescent girls in the world are not enough physically active, according to the World Health Organization. And we know for sure that girls are less active than boys, both physically and in sport in general, globally, in every continent. What can an NOC do? When you do sports development projects, sometimes with the funding from Olympic Solidarity, try to always embed gender equality so that it reaches girls and so that they're welcome to join in the sports, and also integrate safeguarding so that children can practice sport safely. I would also like to mention a fantastic project run by the NOC of Bahrain with support from Olympic Solidarity's Olympic Values Program, to teach physical literacy to children as young as 3 and 4. Because when you allow children of that age to start to climb and move and bounce a ball and jump, they feel confident and comfortable with their bodies. And later in life, they're more likely to enjoy doing sport and to choose a healthy lifestyle. And it's also a great project because the NOC is collaborating with the government and trying to get this into the curriculum so it reaches every child in the country. And I think the age span is from 3, 4 up to 12. So this is a great example of how an NOC can work in partnership and this way reach many children. Finally, I wanted to mention also that within the Olympic Values Program, we have approved around 300 projects the last 2 years, and only 13 of them going to Asian NOCs. So you're very welcome to use this program. We can support you financially when you want to take your first steps into this area in gender equality. Finally, I want to also thank again the OCA for hosting this seminar, because we find from Olympic Solidarity side that it's a great way of also continentally give leverage and support global IEC strategy as presented by Marie just before. And I want to take the opportunity to welcome you all to approach me or my colleague Pedro. I don't know, Pedro, if you can stand up so everybody can see you. Pedro Diaz is a fantastic ambassador for gender equality. He's an Olympian, he's an athlete, a coach, and now an administrator in sport. And he has done his memos creating a gender equality strategy for an NOC. Now, some of you may be wondering why the IOC is sending 2 men to a seminar on gender equity. Well, our 2 bosses are women. And and they understand that men also have a role to play in gender equity. So we really look forward to learning from you, the experts here in this room, in the next couple of days in the panel discussions, how we can better support you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmgaard, and yeah, even myself for this seminar. My boss was a woman also, Sheikha Hayat, and all my colleagues supporting. So thank you very much, and quoting what you, our discussion yesterday with Pedro and Niels, how much it's important to join forces together, the Olympic Solidarity and the Olympic Council of Asia, in supporting gender equity. And this is what we are doing, and this is what we'll keep doing. So thank you very much for IOC and Olympic Solidarity. Now I will leave you for a short coffee break for 15 minutes, and then Sheikha will return back to discuss our strategy and start with topic number 1. Please be on time. Thank you. Okay, great. Great. That was good. No, it's working.
والله اليوم طبعا احنا حضرنا في عندنا كشف على الشباب، رئيس الهيئة العامة للرياضة، رئيس اللجنة الأولمبية البحرينية. هذا المؤتمر حقيقة يعني تم تنظيمه بالتعاون مع اللجنة الأولمبية البحرينية. يناقش طبعا موضوع مهم اللي هو طبعا الجندر كواليتي، وهذه بالضبط عنوان اهتم فيه اللجنة الأولمبية الدولية كل المنظمات الرياضية على أساس الفرص متساوية ما بين الرجال والسيدات. الدولية مستر توماس باخ، احنا لازم نعمل يد بيد، لأن المجتمع يعني لابد أن كل الطاقات عشان يكمل يزدهر ويتقدم، لابد أن كل الطاقات تعمل يد بيد. فأعتقد أنه يعني واحد من أهم المواضيع اللي تم التطرق لها، وأعتقد راح تفتح أبواب كثيرة للأيام الجاية. يعني تكلمنا عن أهمية طبعا التثقيف والتعليم، يعني سواء أن تقوم على مبدأ العدالة. في النهاية هما رجل وامرأة والكفاءة للأفضل، ولكن لابد أن نعد السيدات على أساس أيضا يصلون للمرحلة اللي يكون فيها نقول الكواليتي، تكافؤ الفرص، وأيضا الكواليتي النوعية هي الأساس، وهو مو بالأساس الأصل الأعداد، لا، المجتمع قائم على الاثنين، لكن نسلح الفتاة في المفاهيم الرياضية بأهمية الرياضة على كل المستويات، ليس على المستوى التنافسي فقط، ولكن على مستوى المجتمعي، على المستوى الصحي، على كافة المستويات. مثل ما أعتقد يعني إن شاء الله تعالى نتمنى إن شاء الله أن تكون هناك توصيات مهمة، بحيث البعض اللي يحتاج إلى تفكير لابد أنه ياخذ دوره في التفكير، وأيضا لابد أن يكون هناك تقديم، وأيضا يعني مثل تصحيح في الأوقات. هذه المؤتمر يمكن أول مرة فينا دولة معناته يعكس أهمية هذه الكل إلى البحرين. حضرنا معناته يعني كثير المستوى سبيكرز متخصصين. أعتقد أن شاء الله هذه إضافة نوعية في جندر أوف مثل كفاءة الفرص. الله يحفظك.
والله الحمد لله اليوم حضور سمو الشيخ خالد تشريفه لهالمؤتمر المهم، يعني تشريف كبير، والحمد لله اليوم ما شاء الله نشوف حضور من اللجان الاولمبيه الاسيويه من دول اسيويه كثيره، فالحمد لله احنا يسرنا كمملكه البحرين كلجنه اولمبيه بحرينيه نرحب بهذا الناس اللي يجون لهالمؤتمر. واليوم بعد ما شاء الله حضور الاخوان في المجلس الاولمبي الاسيوي سواء الامين العام او النائب الرئيس، يعني يعطي ثقل لهذا المؤتمر. المؤتمر اليوم ركز على المراه في الرياضه والجندر اكويتي، فصراحه موضوع مهم، وان شاء الله ان احنا نشوف الجميع اللجان الاولمبيه الاسيويه يعني يمشون على هذه الخطوات ونتائج المؤتمر. فالمهم احنا ودنا البحرين نستضيف اكثر ان شاء الله من هالمؤتمرات اللي صراحه يعني تطور الرياضه في العالم كله، ويعني تستنتج منها نتائج جدا طيبه في الرياضه. فالحمد لله كل النتائج طيبه الحمد لله، وان شاء الله نشوف اكثر هالمؤتمرات ان شاء الله في البحرين. عليك انت وش تحس؟
نعم، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا البحرين سباقة في فرص في جميع المجالات وخاصة الرياضة طبعا دعم تشجيع سمو الأميرة سبيشة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة وعن طريق مجلس المرأة. طبعا في 2012 كان لنا شرف أن يخصصون يوم المرأة البحرينية يوم المرأة الرياضية. فعلى ضوء الحدث كان في توصيات كثيرة لتكافؤ الفرص للمرأة، والحمد لله أن احنا ماشيين في هذا الطريق، وهذه استراتيجيات حاطينها في البحرين ويتعلمون يمكن منها الحين اليوم باقي الدول يشوفون شنو هو خطة البحرين من هذا المجال. طبعا نتمنى نزيد ونخدم في هذا المجال دائما، لأن المرأة مثل يعني باقي أفراد المجتمع تحب الرياضة. فالحمد لله البحرين مو بمقصرة في الرياضة النسائية، وما شفت حققنا الإنجازات الكثيرة ونطلع إن شاء الله المزيد. الله.
Check, check, hey, hey, hey, hey, check, hey, check, check, 1, 2, 2, check. Hey, hey, hey, check, check, hey. Hey, hey, check, hey, check, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, check, hey. Does hey.
ما يروح على الايميلات، يروح على الجانك. صحيح. كل واحد يعرف. صحيح. حلوين. حلو ممتاز.
Hey, hey, hey, check,
ايش
hey.
على السريع سجلته في الموقع اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دائما ما تكون البحرين سباقة لمنح كل الفرص الداعمة. مرة ثانية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دائما ما تكون البحرين سباقة لمنح كل الفرص الداعمة، واليوم احنا متواجدين لتغطية ندوة تكافؤ الفرص بين الجنسين في المجال الرياضي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دائما ما تكون عيد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دائما ما تكون البحرين سباقة لمنح كل الفرص الداعمة، واليوم احنا متواجدين لتغطية ندوة تكافؤ الفرص بين الجنسين في المجال الرياضي. تفاصيل اكيد تتابعونها في هذا التقرير. مرة ثانية. اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دائما ما تكون البحرين سباقة لمنح كل الفرص الداعمة، اليوم احنا متواجدين لتغطية ندوة تكافؤ الفرص بين الجنسين في المجال الرياضي، والتفاصيل اكيد تتابعونها في هذا التقرير.
How many wide is mic on the phone?
14.
Okay.
Wide is mic or this one?
This is fine. I mean, you want me to speak?
مجهول لما ما تتوقع هنا اللحظه بس والله العظيم on the spot
لا بس انت شيخه مالك اوكي هذا اسهل up and down.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to begin now. Everyone, please take your seats. People on the sides. Everybody, take your seats, please. Dear ladies and gentlemen, everyone take your seats, please. People all are outside, please come and join in the hall.
So welcome back, and maybe we can start the second part of our seminar. So, good morning and welcome back to our seminar. So, Sheikha, we are back. And you know something, while I was moving around during the coffee break, something grabbed my attention. You know how much it's important not only to support our heroes, but also support our sheroes. I would like to say for women in the whole that you will be empowered and you will achieve. Now, Sheikh, I would like to welcome you again on stage to present the strategy and roadmap for the OCA Gender Equity Committee. Please on stage.
Well, once again, I would like to welcome you, and just to focus on our OCA Gender Equity Committee report, I would like just to go back a little bit and focus on the main elements which has been taken lately. First of all, the committee's name was changed during the 76th OCA Executive Board in November 2021 in Dubai. This is the first step. Second, Gender Equity Committee activation process and data collection. And still, we are ongoing process, continuous process of collecting Gender Equity Committee's point of contact and its member. Third, women engagement and empowerment in OCA tailored programs and other committees' work and activities. OCA continental programs, social development through Olymps and education. Promoting gender equity, women empowerment and involvement, the OCA has allocated budget of 100,000 US dollar, and 10 OCA has benefited from that one, and 10,000 for each NOC. Project goals and objectives. Using sport and Olympic education as a tool to empower and promote gender equality and women's girls' involvement in their society. Using sport and physical activity to help women girls build life skill and confidence. Advance the sustainability development goals while focusing on the below: good health, education, gender equity, peace, and justice. Now, description of the project activities. First, select specific sports, for example, weightlifting, taekwondo, judo, etc. It can be only one sport that is considered as a nation sport in the country, and to provide needed equipment for women girls to learn, practice, and be involved in physical activity programs. Create an education program based on OVEB to help women girls learn more about Olympic education and the values. Help them learn the universality of the values and how they are applicable on and off the field of play, and how they can contribute as women, girls, to their society and the important role they can play in their community. With the help of the OCA Athlete Committee and NOC's National Athlete Commission, select an athlete woman ambassador to run and lead this project with the OCA And here I would like to thank Mr. Tony Tarraf for his continued cooperation and assistance for our committee.
Thank you, Sheikh.
Let us now mention NOCs who have already benefited from the program. In 2021, Bahrain has benefited, Bhutan, Cambodia, Kuwait, Malaysia, Mongolia, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, UAE. And during 2022, Cambodia and Tajikistan. But let me here clarify that those NOCs who have benefited from that program, also they can apply for another one. So everything is open and assistance is there granted by the OCA. And now going back to what Mrs. Mary Salwa has mentioned in her presentation, we can see that the ratio in Asia in some parts, especially technical parts, is very low. For example, at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, as she mentioned, coaches 14% in Asia, while the men, they are 86%. So there is a very big difference between both of them. This is what we should work on it, and this is what we should focus on. We should educate and qualify our women, and we must put the program to enhance them and to raise this issue. I believe that the Secretary Generals today and the valuable guest here will reconsider. We should put our strategy at the top criteria. What we can do: strategy, action plan, and evaluation, and we said. So to narrow this gap and focus on the weaknesses and the slow ratios. Also, in the leadership, we can find that in Asia, 40% women in NOC General Assembly, and also 15.7% women in NOC's Executive Board. Here, I would like to remind you back in December 2020, when we held the General Assembly, we have presented that time a strategic plan and action plan and recommendation, and it was endorsed by the General Assembly. And I will just say here, 4 important to remember and to work on and to focus on. The first one is legislation. Legislation is very important to work to shorten the gap. Second one, strategic plan, as we have said. Third, evaluation and monitoring. So we can see where we reached and how we will continue and to be on the right track in our pathway. Fourth, benefit from IOC and OCA support. As Mr. Nail has said, the OCA opened the door for different kind of education programs. We must make good benefit, and this will help us a lot in Asia. What's next? Now, Paris 2024. I think from what we have said, and from this moment, and as I said in my speech, the recommendation, we should have a solid and strong recommendation that we have to start from now. So to meet our expectation through a solid recommendation, shortening the gap, and once again through quality and not quantity. Maybe we'll be late for a while, but when we just pay the solid base, we will reach one day. And we will reach one day on the right track, and we will reach the athlete standard, what we are expecting. So let us just from here our hands together and work for them. And again, I just ask the Secretary General and everyone here, let us make it and we'll reach. As Tony has said recently, we will reach. Yes, Tony, we will reach together with our collective goals, as Mr. Thomas Bach recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheikha, and thank you for this clear strategy, and definitely we will reach our goals under your leadership. So if you allow me now to start, Prince Faisal.
So, just one quick intervention. When we're looking at leadership and particularly administration, if you want to make a difference, can I recommend, if the chef of the mission in the upcoming Asian Games or for the Olympic Games is a male, then put the deputy should be a female. Those are two, chef de mission and the assistant. If you want to help and you're serious about being able, there's nothing that should prevent you to, if not one of them, of those two should be a woman. Most of us all agree that we have a mixture of males and females in our delegations, in our athletes that are participating in these games. So I think it is common sense that if it's not the chef de mission, the deputy should at least be a woman. And that's an easy thing for you to be able to achieve. We have a number of Asian Games coming up before Paris. And so if you need to train somebody, you have the opportunity to train them. I do not want to get to Paris and see from OCA that the chef de mission and the deputy are both males. We should be able to easily overcome that problem. So it's just a recommendation. If you want to take it seriously, please seek that recommendation seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Royal Highness. A strong approach. And now, if you allow me, Sheikha, to start with topic number one. Topic number one, women participation and representation and the role of national Olympic committees to enhance gender equality. Now, I would like to welcome our first speaker, United Nations country representative, for her presentation, Mrs. Elisa Fernandez.
Thank you very much, Tony, for the introduction. Your Highness, Excellencies, dear OCA leadership, distinguished NOC delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today on behalf of UN Women. And it's a real honor for me here to be today with all of you in the first historic gender equity seminar of the OCA. Salam alaikum. For those of you who don't know, UN Women is the United Nations entity that is exclusively dedicated to gender equality and empowerment of women. We were established in 2010 with the aim to advance the rights, the voices, and the agency of women and girls, and to work with all stakeholders to address and eradicate the root causes of gender inequality around the world. Because we cannot win if half of the team is left outside. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted unanimously by all member states of the UN and places gender equality at the center of sustainable development and economic, social, and environmental development, not only through one goal specifically dedicated to gender equality, that is Goal 5, but by integrating gender in 10 of the goals to achieve the SDGs. That include, for example, poverty reduction, inequality, and sustainable peace. Basically, the premise is without gender equality, sustainable development is not possible for any nation in the world. So, and specifically in the SDG 5, we have 5 target areas that we should all strive to achieve. That is ending all forms of discrimination, gender-based discrimination, ending violence against women and girls, ending all kinds of harmful practices that include child marriage, for example, recognizing the value of domestic and care and paid work of women and girls, and ensuring the full participation of women in the public life. And here I want to reflect further, because women's equal representation in leadership matters, not only for gender equality, but to ensure that diverse perspectives and voices are part of the decision-making processes of society. And we're talking here politics, we're talking the workplace, and we're talking also at the home level and in all areas of the public life. Unfortunately, the rate of progress is going much more slower than we want, and it will take 40 years to achieve gender parity in national parliaments around the world, since the current global average is 26% of women in parliaments, and it will take 140 years to get parity in management in the economic sector, since the current global rate is 28% of women in managerial positions, with only 0.3% of improvement since 2019. And I tell you this data to highlight the urgency of spearheading the action for gender equality in all areas. Now, in the world of sports, sports holds an enormous capacity to propel gender equality and women and girls empowerment. It mobilizes the global community and speaks to youth. It unites across national barriers and cultural differences, and it is a powerful tool to convey important messages in a positive celebratory environment that reaches mass audiences. And the Olympic Games is a great example of this, as you all know. Moreover, sports teaches women and girls the values of teamwork, self-reliance, leadership. It has a multiplying effect on health, education, and leadership development, and it contributes to self-esteem, builds social connections, and challenges harmful gender norms. And as a young swimmer from a tiny developing country called Costa Rica that I can personally attest to all the benefits of sports in the life of women and helping young girls to pursue their dreams, no matter how big they can be. Now, I would like to link the global efforts and frameworks to advance gender equality to those in the world of sports. And we can recognize to start that there are many actors already in the sports ecosystem who are already undertaking key efforts to drive change. For example, and these are things that you might be already practicing, developing the sports at the grassroots level for women and girls, implementing gender equality strategies, safeguarding policies for gender-based violence and sexual harassment, increasing the participation of women in leadership at all levels of the profession, increasing the resource allocation, doing better and more media coverage, and making marketing free from bias and promoting gender equality achievements. The big issue is up to date. Many of these initiatives are scattered or in relative isolation, and is leading to missed opportunities for learning and scaling up best practices. And this is why a conference like this one is so important. And we're going to have topic 2, where we are going to talk about best practices so we can all learn and build on that knowledge to move forward together. Over the past 20 years, the International Olympic Committee, IOC, has been advocating for the participation of women at all levels, and encouraging the stakeholders, the NOCs, and the international federations to enhance the presence of women in sport, and we would like to acknowledge that. And also the IOC has announced its commitments towards strengthening and accelerating gender equality at the Olympic Games and across the Olympic movement by 2024. And the OIC has an essential and influential role in helping to achieve gender equality in the sports industry. Now, also the OIC has committed to accelerate effective results to pave the way to a more equal and inclusive society overall. And I would like to highlight this point because it means the commitment to accelerate not only the athletes' participation, competition hours, challenging harmful norms and gender stereotypes and practices, but also the commitment of the IOC to accelerate the female representation in governance and leadership positions across the Olympic movement. And this is extremely important because research has shown us that women remain severely underrepresented in decision-making positions in sports organization and governance bodies. And only 50% of women occupy the highest position in international sports federation. And despite progress, only 28% of them fulfill the minimum target set by the IOC of 30% women in leadership and managerial positions. So there's a lot of work to do, and we start by the political will to make a change. In terms of acknowledging progress, I would like to highlight the systematic increase of participation of women in sports in the Olympic Games, as it has been mentioned already. But we see, for example, from the 34% of the Atlanta 1996 Olympic Games to a new record of 48% in the Tokyo 2020. With a commitment to reach the full gender parity and equality in the Olympic Games of Paris 2024. So I can't wait to see that happening already. And we saw important changes, like in the change in the rule of bearing the flag in the opening of the ceremony, and how in Tokyo, 91% of the NOCs have female flag bearer, and that significantly increased the visibility of female athletes during this iconic event. Now, let's move into continue reflecting on the challenges. So, in spite of the increased participation of women in sports, we cannot deny that there remain underlying gender biases that are preventing women to fully participate and benefit in different facets of sports. In particular, I would like to raise the issue of pay. Male players are paid more than women. And the findings are saying that it's because of the less media coverage of women sports, which makes it less attractive to sponsors. But this is a dilemma of the chicken and the egg. And we're talking here about a vicious cycle, because women's sports get less media coverage, so attracts less investment, but at the same time, having fewer resources jeopardizes women's sports development, making it less attractive to the media. Another important gap that remains in other off-the-field roles that are historically dominated by men. And Ms. Sheha, you mentioned this, no? That is the overrepresentation of men in international technical official, coaches, and chief of mission. I want to complement your mention by saying that we saw a slight increase in that ratio in the past Olympics. So from Rio 2016 to Tokyo 2020, we saw an increase in the participation of women, 2% in women coaches, 9% increase in women chief of missions, and 3% increase in women international technical officials. This indicates that there is progress, but still there are structural and cultural barriers that are preventing women from taking leadership positions in different levels of the sports ecosystem that we all need to tackle. Now, I would like to briefly zoom in into the Middle East And we're seeing an improving trend on how Arab states are increasing the women's participation in the Olympics in recent years. And I would like to highlight the highest increase was for Bahrain. And then zoom in, yes. And also then move to Southeast Asia, where at the same time that we see an overall increase, we can identify that some countries are lagging behind and we do not see yet significant improvement. So we have to recognize that the progress is uneven. While the participation of women in physical activities and the Olympic Games has steadily increased over the years, the percentage of women in governing bodies and administrative bodies, as I mentioned, in the Olympic Games have remained low. And in particular, also in the NOCs, no? So we have already mentioned that. So I want to point out to the important role of the NOCs to enhance gender equality so that it has the potential to create a very positive effect in the whole sports ecosystem. I would like now to talk about the role of young women and take this opportunity of this event to invite you all to join the Sports and Generation Equality Initiative. This is an initiative led by young women with the objective to accelerate the progress on a set of common principles that we believe have the potential to harness the power of sport in making gender equality a reality. And this Sports for Generation Equality initiative aims at providing a neutral space for enhancing cooperation among members, share knowledge and resources, and catalyze innovation. Most importantly, these principles embody the vision of equal rights and opportunities for all women and girls everywhere that was enshrined in the Beijing Platform for Action laid out 26 years ago. So we're really at the core of addressing gender rights. And the Sports for Generation Equality principles include 6 principles, and I will go quickly over them, but just to give you a sense how it really covers all aspects of the sports ecosystem. First principle is to undertake efforts to promote women's leadership and gender equality in the governance models by really supporting women's role in decision-making positions and creating the organizational strategies and policies to enable this change. The principle 2 is to undertake efforts to prevent and respond to violence against women and girls in and through sports. So by developing and implementing safeguarding policies and procedures, and including reporting mechanisms and support services, and also by recognizing the role of athletes and prominent figures as role models in prevention strategies. Principle 3 is to undertake and close the gap in investment in women in sports and promote equal economic opportunities for women and girls. For example, by promoting equal living wage for women in all the sports ecosystem, athletes, coaches, technical support reporters, and expanding post-competition career opportunities for women. Principle 4 is to promote equal participation and bias-free representation in sports media, including communications to eliminate harmful gender stereotypes and promote positive role models. And here we can work together to increase the number of female journalists, eliminate all sexist portrayal of female athletes, and amplify the voice of female athletes as role models in society. Principle 5, very important, undertake efforts to support equal opportunity for girls in sports, physical activity, and physical education. For example, creating safe spaces for girls to play and combining sports with life skills training for girls. And finally, The principle 6 is to agree to monitor and publicly report on progress on an annual basis. So if you join the initiative, we will invite you to report on the implementation of these principles annually, and UN Women will be supporting to create a global report. And I also want to highlight the important role of the Global Observatory for Women, Sports, and Physical Education and Physical Activity as a knowledge hub and also a monitoring mechanism, and that you will hear in the next presentation today. Finally, I want to highlight the work of UN Women. How do we engage? I'll do this quick. We engage on gender equality and empowerment of women and the sports as a tool to really advance gender equality and women's empowerment throughout our programming in all areas that we work. We also undertake advocacy and communication activities in partnership with others, mobilizing inspiring role models, define gender stereotypes, and highlighting the important role of leadership of women. And I will put my Vietnam hat, because I'm the country representative of Vietnam, to share with you an experience, an example. For example, this year for International Women's Day, we held a roundtable on women and sports. And actually, as the key speakers, we had Ms. Huang Yen, who is here. She is the first ever female vice director of Vietnam in a sports administration. So it's a woman leader that I admire a lot. So Ms. Yang, if you can stand up. She's there. And Ms. Yen also. And also in that panel, we have the captain of the female soccer team who have qualified to the FIFA World Cup for 2023 for the first time in history of Vietnam. And and we discuss about gender equality, achievement and challenges, and the importance that the media is non-biased in the representation of women in sports. To conclude, I would like to leave you with 4 recommendations on how we could engage with the NOCs, with the OCA and the IOSC. First, we invite you to join the Sports and Generation Equality Framework, apply the principles, and report on progress. Secondly, promote the participation of women in the Olympic movement and advance gender equality on and off the field of play, but in particularly, take action on promoting women's leadership roles. Thirdly, build partnerships with diverse stakeholders to create synergies among efforts and to have an impact at a larger scale and influence policy level. And finally, raise awareness and train athletes, coaches, technical officials, sports journalists, sports leaders on prevention of gender-based violence and gender equality, and keep an ongoing technical support. So to conclude, I just want to say that UN Women stands ready to work with all of you, to support you in making gender equality action and delivery of results a live reality in the Asia region. Shukran, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fernandez. Thank you for your presentation and also a different perspective. And as you mentioned in your recommendations, building partnership and to find the synergy. And this is, as we discussed yesterday, what's next. So this is the starting point, our seminar, and this is where we will be supporting together and joining forces. So maybe a small question, if you can explain for us and the participants, the effect on women in societies where there's a lack of gender equity.
Hello? Hello? Hello. Thank you very much, Tony, for your question. It's an important question, and I would like to highlight, I wouldn't like to only talk about the impact on women, but I would really like to have a holistic approach and really think the impact of sports and gender equality, or the lack of gender equality, on the women, the families, the community, and society at large. And I would like to use one example, violence against women and girls. This is, I think, the main example of gender inequality and lack of women's rights. And it's so common in all levels of society. You know, we have data from the world. 1 in every 3 women experience violence. In the Asia region, the data varies from like 20% to 64% of prevalence of violence against women from an intimate partner. In Vietnam, we have a recent survey that is 63% of ever married women have experiences one form of violence, and I will name them here: physical, sexual, psychological, economic, and controlling behaviors. And the issue is that in situations of violence, the woman will be impacted. She will have psychological impacts in the short and long term, health, but also tackles impacts everything aspects of her life, you know, her educational prospects, economic opportunities that affects ultimately her participation in society and the benefit that society can gain from her participation. And when we look at these problems, we tend to think it's a private matter. No, it's a public matter and affects society in a way that allow me to say that even affects the GDP. In Vietnam, the study of prevalence of violence determined that the impact in the economy of violence against women is 1.8% of the GDP. So let's understand that we're talking a problem that is a societal problem that we need to tackle.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's good to mention that at the end, after the workshop, you will have the space for the Q&A to ask your question based on the presentation and the discussion. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fernandez. So as Mrs. Fernandez mentioned before, the role of Global Observatory when it comes to gender equity, if you allow me to welcome on stage Chief Executive Officer for Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport, Dr. Payushni Mitra.
Thank you. Good morning, if it's still morning. Good morning to everyone, eminent guests, and all NOC members. I must first thank Sheikh Hayat Al Khalifa for inviting us, for the great teamwork, as well to Tony and the entire team for inviting us from different parts of the world to be present at this landmark, groundbreaking moment in Asian sport. I believe, after the last few presentations that there is very little that needs to be said, but I will move on with my slides, being very conscious of the time. So I will first not talk about my organization, but a bit about the topic that I have been handed over with. Participation. Now, some food for thought there. Do we have data and research at a national level to measure the current situation? And I think there has been already a bit of discussion on that. So monitoring increase or decrease in participation population, for example. We are not only talking about who's going to the Olympic Games, but trying to talk about how many girls are playing this sport in our country. How many athletes are registered per national federation, for example, could be a start. There is an example, as you can see, the number of women competing at the Olympic Games has increased significantly from 34% of the total at Atlanta 1996 to a new record of 48% at Tokyo 2020. And there is a commitment that it will be 50% in Paris. And we heard about it from Mrs. Saloa, who's presented from Lausanne, as well as from Niels, who's present here. This is an interesting sort of journey that the IOC can talk about. can the NOCs as well talk about this journey and therefore the need to measure the current situation and then talk about the journey that you have had or you are going to have in the next few years? Another point there. So do we have policies that encourage systemic change, gender parity in participation at all levels? And there is an example. 24 out of 33 sports on the Olympic program had gender equal athlete quotas. So what kind of efforts are we making to make these changes at the systemic level? Are we introducing new policies? Prince Faisal just mentioned having one chef de mission and a deputy chef de mission, whether we can have one woman among those leaders. These kind of policies, initiatives, do we have that in the context of participation? Could medals won at international level indicate development of girls and women's sport in a country? As part of the Global Observatory, I have now the opportunity to travel the world, and often I hear from sport ministers talking about how many medals their women have won, whether that is at all an indicator of development of the sport. Because if you think about it, a lot of our countries our women win medals in individual events. It is often dependent on individual initiatives rather than systemic changes that the country or the national Olympic committees or the national federations have brought in. So what we need to really look into are these systemic changes which support women who are probably not individually supported because of the financial capital they have or the social capital they have or the kind of support they get from their families or immediate circles. The other point I also want to make is in the connection of team sports. When you see a team, for example, your cricket team, your football team, your handball team doing really well internationally, that's when you know there is some changes happening. Because a team needs a systemic change. For a team to win a medal requires a systemic change because it's not just one family supporting a team. I will move on to some of these leadership food for thought considerations. A bigger challenge in leadership, I would say, accommodating women in executive boards, selecting women in leadership position. Now, why is it harder? When we think about participation, our women can bring the same medals back from, for example, the Olympic Games as our men. So what we are getting here is the same medals. But can you sort of say that when it comes to leadership? A man has to step down to make that space empty for the women to get that in an executive board. So it's a bigger challenge for sure. One of the examples here is 0% of Olympic continental bodies have a woman in the highest paid position in the organization. And there were lots of data that already have been presented before me, so I won't get into that. So do we have the data to measure current situation in Asia? And I think Sheikha Hayat has already spoken about it, so I will skip this slide. Do we know about good practices across the world, or are we sharing our good practices with others? So there is an example of Pan American Sport Organization, and I'm sure there are plenty in the context of Asia as well. A Women Gender EDI Committee, Commission, Council, Working Group, gender quota with compliance measures, support women to participate in leadership development programs. And then I think this is my last slide from the leadership section, can portrayal change representation? And Ms. Elisa Fernandez from UN Women just mentioned this statistic that in the Olympic Games, I think there was a rule that there has to be one woman and one man carrying the flag, and it made sure that 91% of nations participating in the Olympic Games had one woman carrying the flag. And so how can we think of those kind of things in the context of leadership? In Europe, 28% of NOCs have guidelines on portrayal for gender-balanced representation in communications and media, text, pictures, and social media. Are we also promoting our leaders? The other question I have here is, are we only promoting them? So often in images, we actually see a lot more representation of women than what you actually see on the ground. So we also have to be careful about not representing what is not the reality. So partnerships are key, and I think even Ms. Fernandez mentioned this. At international, regional, or continental and national level, which is what I believe the OCA is trying to do here, bringing together all the NOCs. Example, at the national level, initiating partnerships with health, education, women's empowerment, sport ministries. It will differ from one country to another what ministries you have, but bringing them together, especially in a post-pandemic world where resources are scarce, but health and the impact of non-communicable or communicable diseases on on the economy is quite a big issue. So basically the cost of physical inactivity. And I think WHO actually last week came up with a fantastic report which you can access as well. How much time do I have? Because I don't see a timer here. Thank you, Tony. So quickly, where the Global Observatory comes then. It's a new organization built as a result of the Kazan Action Plan. We are supported, and we call ourselves a brainchild of the UNESCO, but we work in the field of sport as well as in the field of sport for development. So basically promoting gender equality in sport, but also using sport as a tool to promote gender equality. And a theory of change is Inquire, which is research and monitoring, engage, these conversations that we are having, and enable, which is capacity building and education. These are our current supporters, the UNESCO, but also the Swiss Confederation and other institutions in Switzerland, including the University of Lausanne, and our commitment to the SDGs. I am not going to go into detail on this slide because I'm conscious of the time, but I'm happy to explain how we work connecting research, policy advice, and a larger impact. These are the 5 key issues already highlighted by the IOC and by UN Women. And for the Global Observatory, the focus at this point is on equal and safe participation. And these are our key issues for the next few years: inclusive gender equality, an idea of gender equality, even in the context of international sport, where we have, and the IOC's data as well talks about women, percentages of women, but how can we have a more intersectional approach to see where are these women coming from? Are these women coming from only Europe, only North America, or are we being inclusive enough as far as Southern America, Africa, or Asia is concerned, and Asia Pacific, your region, Elisa. Then we have this focus on family, because we do recognize that family can play an extremely important role in girls' and women's participation and access to sport, either as an enabler or a barrier. And the third, as all of us have been pointing out, is the issue of safeguarding and ensuring safe sport for girls and women. So we have these research and action think tanks which promote our primary pillars of inquiry, engagement, and enabling. And we'll be very welcome to come and talk to me in the next 1 day, 1 or 2 days that we are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mitra, for your presentation. You mentioned something very interesting at the beginning, a landmark, groundbreaking moment I fully agree with you. And this is what we mentioned with Mrs. Fernandez. And we all agree that this is just a starting point. What's next to join forces together with NOCs, with OCA, with IOC, and with everyone to enforce and ensure gender equity. Just one question on a personal level away from your presentation and Global Observatory. Like Payush Nimitra as an athlete, and then a coach in badminton, and now a leader as the CEO for Global Observatory. Were you able to see any changes when it comes to gender equity?
Thank you for the question, Tony. It can take another 15 minutes. I'll try to be as short as possible. It's been a long journey. I grew up in Calcutta, where girls were not necessarily going to play sport at the time when we were growing up, and probably Manisha after me can talk about that as well. So I didn't see myself here sitting in an office in Lausanne leading a women in sport organization. But I'm also glad that girls and women after me will see somebody there who looks like them. Now that I am in Lausanne, I also notice the lack of representation that way, not in the context of, as I mentioned, just women, but women of color, and women and men of color, to be very frank. And I think that is crucial because we do provide a different kind of lens to the work that has been happening at the international level in sport. And it's important to include men and women of color, men and women from different parts of the world, and make sure that international sport governance is not as Eurocentric as it has been in the past. How much change I have seen? Well, this is a change. My own life, in some way, I didn't believe I will be here. I never saw myself here, but I got here. So that is one change. On the other hand, there hasn't been much change as well, and it hurts to see that we are still talking about whether women are capable enough to participate in sport, whether women are capable enough to lead, in spite of the fact that some of our countries had women leaders, at the time when we were born. So that would be my answer briefly.
Thank you very much. And I fully agree with you. Yesterday, we had a long discussion about the social capital, and this is why we mentioned at the beginning that women can achieve, and we'll talk more about achieving. And this is a great example, Dr. Payoshni. Thank you very much. So our last presentation for topic number 1 will be, if you allow me, to welcome JSW Sports Head of Sports Excellence and Scouting and IOC's Women and Sports 2012 awardee, Mrs. Manisha Malhotra.
I'm going to get my timer set up so I can not babble on. Okay. Good morning, everybody, eminent dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, and all my colleagues. Thank you for having me. It is an honor to be here for the first such gender equity seminar. As they say, every athlete has their story. And over the next few minutes, I'd like to share with you mine. So I'm Manisha Malhotra, the tennis player, as they say. And I was really lucky enough to be born into a family which loves sport and allowed me to pursue my passion and dreams and, do whatever it is I wanted in life. I was sent to a tennis academy at the age of 14, which is quite radical from an Indian perspective at the time. So I went to my tennis academy. I played college. I did my high school in America and then played college tennis for the NCAAs, and then decided that I wanted to be a professional tennis player. I didn't have much money, and the only support that really was going my way is what my parents were willing to give me. So nevertheless, they again supported me and said, you got to follow your dreams and go ahead. And that is when I set out to be, in this shark tank of professional tennis. Starting off, it's been a huge learning curve, and it was a struggle. Every day was a fight for survival. We didn't have so much backing, so you're always kind of trying, there's always that underlying pressure to be able to kind of sustain yourself and, win. And each match had a certain repercussion to it. Now, obviously, looking back, that was probably the greatest learning experience of my life. So that period significantly shaped who I am now. And my passion for giving back really started at that point. I did not want my Indian athletes who were coming up at the time to go through the same struggle and fight and loneliness that I had felt. And I really wanted to understand that what it is that was lacking for basic athletes coming along. And of course, these were the three points that I can really think of off the top of my head. So as soon as I finished playing tennis, I decided that it was going to be my life's mission to go into the development of sport. And I wanted to kind of give back and help and get Indian athletes onto the global map. I had no experience in sport development. I was a finance major in university. And so most of my learnings have come on the job, and everything I know has happened experientially. And it's not something that was easy. I started off going around India, talking to a lot of people in the sports space at the time, talking to journalists, talking to eminent members, as our acting president was one of them, several members who were stakeholders in sport at the time. And one day I was with a journalist and he said, listen, Manisha, it's all great that you want to help sport, but you come from this privileged background of tennis and you're not going to be able to understand what you can do unless you feel these athletes' pain and you understand how difficult the challenges are. So I said, that was a very good point. I mean, as tennis players, we do live an insular life, and I really didn't have much exposure into the rural parts of India. And so I said, good point. And I started traveling to all really small tournaments in different regions of India, tried to do sports which really were downtrodden, had the least amount of funding at the time. And it was in one of these tournaments that I realized that there are no women participating. And it was an archery tournament that was in the east of India in this little state called Nagaland. And when I was there, I realized that there's no women participating. So I said, okay. So I asked the head of the Archery Association at the time, I said, where are all the girls? And he says, there is no women's event because there are no participants. I said, okay. The next day, I was in that same tournament, and then early in the morning, I saw these little girls who were practicing behind the main stadium or the main field with little bows of sticks they had made and shooting along. And I told them, I said, you're from here, why don't you participate? And they were like, no, we can't. And we have to, collect the firewood for our family, and we have to do the work. One of them had to take the goats grazing. And, that was when I kind of had my epiphany. And I'm like, hey, here I am. I've traveled the world. I've seen a lot. And my sisters and my same people are not being able to do that. So that was my life-changing moment of when I decided that I really wanted to kind of get and help women. It was also part of when I did all my work and was recognized for this group of girls, which I then adopted and was their legal guardian, of which 2 of them went on to be Olympians. So I'm very, very proud of them. So the Indian system, now let's go back to really what it is. And the stakeholders in the Indian system are athletes, administrators, government, NOC, private bodies, people like me. And I come from this very unique position where I'm I'm the corporate representative now, but I've also been an athlete, and I've also emotionally invested in so many of these women and young people's lives that I'm really and truly convinced that the sports ecosystem is a combination, and it cannot be only the NOC who is expected to deliver. We have to have a combined effort, and only when we join hands can we all really achieve results. So how do we make this better? And I know we always talk about why, so I don't want to get into that, and I wanted to just give my experiences and my examples of some successful models that we have adopted. So how do we being the key statement in this, make sport better for female athletes? We've seen this slide before. This is probably the fourth time we're seeing it today. And this is some wonderful work done by our colleagues at the IOC. And I'm only going to focus on 3 of these circled pillars. So participation. Yes, there's a lot of different reasons for what hinders participation. But let me tell you a little story. A couple of years ago, one of India's only 2 Olympic gold medalists, and also a very good friend of mine, whose foundation does the most brilliant work and selfless work, I would say, called me up and said, Manisha, I have finally realized an answer to all our problems. And I said, okay. And then he goes on to tell me that he feels that, under this one umbrella, we can solve my gender equity passion, his sport, using sport as making to shape society passion, and several other challenges with one program. And he went on talking about it so in depth, and I said, okay, and all of that. So I'm not here to give you this program, OVEP. Mickey it's her baby, and she should be very, very proud. And what I really want to tell you is that it's been a mind-boggling and eye-opening experience, even for me. I'm not sure where that slide went. There was another slide in between that. But the basic point is that we started it 3 months ago, and it's all run by Abhinav and the government of Orissa. So again, here you can see a we part to it. And it's been 30,000 kids who have access to play. 47% of these are girls. And just the programs from September, they've run 2,000 plus programs. I mean, this is just the September data. I'm waiting for the October data now. But the girls are just so excited that they can play. And the feedback has been so phenomenal. Not only for the girls, I mean, there's been a marked change in the boys who are now seeing these girls and respecting them so much more because of because they see them as equals, and everything across the board has been so heartening. So then the leadership, and that's the next pillar in this slide, which we're probably going to see every second presentation. It is imperative to have women in decision-making processes and powers, and there's no difference. And that leads me to the present organization that I work with. It is an institute out of the south of India that goal is to give people who would like to, children who would like to pursue sport, a platform to come and be able to be trained in a very professional manner. So we would be addressing participation and leadership. And we want to give girls here a platform to pursue their dreams. So we have about 170 kids right now, and 100 of them are girls. Each department, so that's nutrition, sports and conditioning, physiotherapy, admin, education has equal representation of women. Coaching, so if there's a women's head coach, then there's a male assistant, vice versa in any of the departments. And that is something we have consciously worked on, and we find that the results have been fantastic. We are going now into a lot of women-centric research programs, which we really want to kind of focus on and make or use our data to make training young girls between the ages of 10 and 14 much more efficient. And I'm not going to get into that. It's just very interesting and something I'm very proud of. So I put it out there. I think tomorrow we'll talk about it a little bit more. And then, of course, the third one, which is portrayal. And that for me is equally important as everybody. We need to put our women on a pedestal. We need to be able to kind of laud them for all that they do. We need to be able to glorify their results. And from a Olympic Games point of view, these are some of our women champions. Rio had only 2 medal winners from the Olympic Games. I mean, Rio Olympics had only 2 medal winners from India. And it was badminton, which is the second girl, and the last one in wrestling. And they were both women. But what I was really, really proud of is that there was a girl in gymnastics who came 4th by a very small margin. And she was given as much exposure and celebrity and celebrated just as much as these. And I think that is something that is really, really important to kind of embrace. We have to allow our women, we have to close that gap. And Shekhar, you said it yesterday, and I'm a true believer on that. This is the decade of the woman, there's no doubt. We found a voice. We now believe. So, ladies and gentlemen, the choice is really ours. Do we want to jump on this train and empower them and support them? Because really, frankly, there is going to be no stopping us. So I hope we can kind of take this journey forward. Thank you so much. Oh, that's my phone that we don't want to do. So thank you so much for having me. And
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mitra, for your presentation. Yeah, it's good. You're always on time. So this was very interesting, and if I can give you the mic, yep. Let me help you. Here. So interesting presentation, and you mentioned something that basically grabbed my attention, which is related to the question that I would like to address. So how do we make sports better? But for myself, I will be more specific, and I will ask you the following question. What woman can bring to the table when it comes to sports and make her unique and different than men?
so most of you here would know a tennis player called Andy Murray, very successful tennis player. And his whole career, well, most of his career, he was coached by his mother. And all through that, people kept, when he got more and more successful, they said, listen, Andy, you need to get yourself a real coach. And, your mother, you can't be always traveling with your mother. He persisted. He ended up, I think, #1 in the world for a period of time. And then when his mother no longer wanted to travel so much and was, wanted to stay more at home, he hired Amelie Mauresmo as his coach. And at that time, it was never happened before that a man tennis player hired a woman. So I think I saw him once at Wimbledon, and I'm like, hey, what was the thinking? And he goes, and he said something that was so interesting. And he's like, there is no doubt that women bring a level of empathy into coaching that doesn't happen with a man. And he said that This was his X factor, to be able to get him to perform at the highest level while still feeling his emotions and his problems and his like basic pains at the time was what a woman could do, and which is why he didn't blink when Amali and him was like Amali as a coaching option was presented to him. So I think that is what we bring to the table. I think that the women per se have a inherent, feeling that they can bring to any coaching scenario, and they can understand emotion in a much more in-depth way than men.
Definitely, now you convinced me why we need to involve women more and support gender equity. Thank you very much. So, after listening to all the interesting interventions from our speakers, if you allow me to leave you for a couple of minutes to explain for our participants the concept for workshop number 1, because we will start with the first workshop before going to our panel discussion. So now we will be talking about workshop number 1, and I will be explaining the concept. So if everyone, you can look in front of you, you have a centerpiece, and you have the word achieve. And now we will divide. We'll have 2 groups, 2 tables together. So if you look here, we have the letter A, capital A. So capital A with capital A, capital H, capital C with capital C, capital H with capital H. Now my colleagues will help you. And you will have in front of you a sheet of paper where you need to answer the following question. How we can, or how can we ensure and enforce women's participation and representation in sports? You need to answer with 3 main points on the sheet of paper in front of you. And each team or each group, we're going to have a group of 7, will designate 1 person to present for the panel discussion, and he or she will have 2 minutes for the presentation. And then we will jump for the Q&A. So I will repeat again to make your life easier. So basically, this is the question. You will have 30 minutes. You have the sheet of paper in front of you. You need to answer the following question with 3 main points, 3 bullet points. And you need to designate 1 person to present for 2 minutes your answers or your findings for the panel before going for our Q&A. And now my colleagues will help you to gather together, as I mentioned, based on the letters. And you will have a countdown for 30 minutes, and then we will go to our panel discussion. And we will be moving around if you have any question, so we can help you and answer all your questions and inquiries. Can we start the countdown? Our first, let us first group everybody together. So you need to group together here. Letter A. Sausan, it's clear now? That's good. So now if we can start the countdown on the screen, the 30 minutes, please. So the countdown started.
Okay.
Feel free for coffee break. No. Sorry? That's perfect. Don't worry. Yeah. 2 minutes, 3 minutes for the question, and then 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have
Mr. Kanda.
Thank you.
I hope you are satisfied, Sheikha.
Okay. 10 minutes left for the workshop. Please attention, 2 minutes left for the workshop.
Okay. So time is up. If we can who's Mrs. Fernandez? Good to see you.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Everything is good?
Welcome.
How's it going?
Perfect.
Yeah? I missed the grand opening.
That's okay.
How are you? I see you.
Sabine? Sabine? Sabine? Elisa. Ah. Wireless, yes. Huh? Hey. Sarah. We will start with the presentations from the groups. And first, we will start with Group A. If you can just stand up, please, and present. From there, you can present it. Again, we will repeat the question. So how can we ensure and enforce women's participation and representation in sports? We will start with Group A.
Right, thank you. As a group, we have identified 3 points as instructed. The first one, we said that there has to be an affirmative action to ensure that women are represented at the highest decision-making body. Women's representation, especially at the decision-making, is not going to happen organically. It's been taking so long, which is why we feel that it's important to have maybe a change in the constitution or legislation to ensure that women are represented at the highest decision-making body. And as we have that, we're hoping the women's representation at the highest decision-making body will result or promote inclusive culture and also be progressive. The second one, we identified having a positive role model for young girls so that they're aware of the opportunities and the potential sports has. This is, according to some of my friends, many young girls don't even know that some of the sports exist. So we need to let them know that there are sports and then opportunities available that's associated with sports. The third one is creating a safe and enabling environment for young girls so that they can pursue the sports they love. My colleagues here, I think some of them are mothers, they mentioned about how they don't feel safe to send their kids out for training or clinics because they feel that it's not going to be safe for their kids, which is why we have also highlighted the importance of having safe sports policies in place to ensure that our kids are safe when they are in the sports arena. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Group A. And Sheikha, I think we are very advanced with our findings, talking about constitution, talking about the availabilities for specific programs, and also creating safe environment. So it's something that we will touch base tomorrow with grassroots strategies, and we will have best practices to talk about program. So thank you very much for Group A. Now we will start with the second group, Group C.
I told us girls to come and sit because then they will see.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So my name is Sausan Qadoumi. I'm from Jordan Olympic Committee, and I'm an ex-national team boxer. My group told me to say this fact. It's an important one. We worked in this group, this table, and those gentlemen here, and we noticed that we're all Asian countries. When we noticed this, we said that there should be 3 major points or steps that we're going to follow. Number 1 involves research. And in this thorough research, we need to, first of all, identify the gap that made all other continents achieve a higher percentage of women participation in sport than Asia, because we noticed that we're only 14%. Then we're gonna focus on each of those countries within Asia itself, and each of those countries needs actually to be studied within the ecosystem and the culture and the specifications of this country in specific. So we need to understand all of those factors. Then comes step number 2, and in this, we need, first of all, the government support in order to have legislation and regulations that will enforce, let's say, equal participation of women, whether we're talking about the level of leadership, officials, athletes, and coaches, and all of those levels. We noticed also that if the NOC have those regulations, which is not enforced by the IOC itself on the international federations, then there will be a gap. Because the IOC had recommendations of minimum percentage of women representation in the, let's say, the board of directors. But if the NOC issues those regulations, NFs do not follow, and they're still accredited by the IFs, then there's a loop here that we're running after nothing. So we then said that programs and initiatives as part of this strategy to be made for each of those countries will involve female groups financing activities related to such activities, capacity building for the women in leadership in order to make sure that they're effective and contributing members of the boards. They're not just sitting there in a male-dominated environment. We need to work on culture alteration because sometimes women are not even standing to speak their voices. They're not even voting for other women. We need to find the gap in the culture itself in order to cover this area and provide safe spaces on all levels. Again, it's not only officials. And finally, the last step is going to be monitoring and evaluation, where we monitor all of those activities, implementation of all of those regulations and legislation and regulation. And we evaluate the situation. Accordingly, we learn and we reiterate the whole process again with the lessons learned that we had.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sausan. So, Sheikha, again, talking about something that were mentioned before, which is research. So where is the starting point? Because we need to understand the position, and this is what we did and we are still doing as Olympic Council of Asia legislations, which is also important. And also talking about monitoring, because it's very important to set the legislations, but also to monitor. So thank you, Sausan. And I can't but agree with you, stating the fact that you were a former boxer. So I agree with you. So now, letter H, group H, please. And please, if we can stick to the 2 minutes presentation, straightforward, three findings, please. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Group H with Philippines, represented by our brilliant members from Sri Lanka, Brunei, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Cambodia, and of course the Philippines. So our group has unanimously talked about three main talking points for the given question. How can we ensure and enforce women's participation and representation in sports? The first talking point is the micro level. The micro level consists of the NOC, in which we are all representing, the National Federation, International or the Continental Federation, and any sport organization. The second talking point is the macro level, which is, firstly, we believe that family role plays an important part, that mothers and fathers should be empowered because the first educator and encourager of children are their parents. After family role, we have a societal role and government synergy. Now, the nucleus of this micro and macro level is the lobby group or the regulation policymaking. If we want systemic change, it should be a top-down approach that will trickle down like a domino effect. We enforce the policy from different organizations within countries to help enable change. But it was more of a conversation of question for us. I would like to share a very short about this Women in Sports Commission in Southeast Asia. Every 2 years, this conversation happens. We know the problem. We live, we breathe, and we walk the problem. So the question remains for us, when do we start talking and start doing? I think that is all for Group H. Thank you very much and good
So,
afternoon.
thank you very much. And answering your question, today we are doing, and we started doing because we are here together for this seminar, and we will continue working together and joining forces, as you mentioned here in your answers, that the micro and the macro and the work of NOCs and IFs. So, answering your question, we started doing. And it's our responsibility. And Sheikha will definitely agree. We have secretary generals, we have board members. You are here, and this is the time for you to start. And so this is why we say this is a starting point, and we promise that we will join forces together to make things advance and reach our goals and objectives. So, Group I, please, and if we can stick to the 2 minutes.
I would like to say hello to everybody, and I want to thank you for holding this effective seminar. I would like to share some points which were discussed from NOCs from Indonesia, China, Syria, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Iran. Besides the support of IC and OCA, which represent good opportunities for implementation of gender equality, we thought that 3 points are very important: education, men and women, especially women, to believe themselves and make a positive vision to achieve the position and take part in all aspects and all levels of sport. The second one, rules and legal process can help a lot at all levels, such as NF, NOCs, and governing bodies. The third one, we think using the media to make a positive culture for the gender equality. Of course, due to this matter, the first step is the family, which makes the society, and good vision and positive opinion can help a lot to implementation of gender equality. Media has a very important role in this regard. Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
I think Mrs. Jaworski, this will help us a lot with our takeaways and conclusions, talking about education, legislation, and portrayal. So, and this will help a lot also at the end of the day tomorrow with our recommendations. So, thank you very much. And now, Group E.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Ata, Secretary General, National Olympic Committee of Turkmenistan. And I am speaking on behalf of the Timor-Leste, Japan, Kyrgyz Republic, Laos, Palestine, and Turkmenistan. So the first point is how can we ensure and enforce women participation and representation in the sport? Then everybody has already talked about this topic, but we want to highlight it to using the IOC, OCA, and UN Women and Sports programs and UN Women programs throughout the cooperation, and following the guidelines of these programs. And of course, with an interaction with the governments and sport authorities of the countries, and including to the sports programs of the events, equal number of participation, women and men. So second point is promoting the women in sports throughout the TV and media, magazine and social media to make good image of the role of the woman in sports, because in some sports, for example, in the soccer, in some countries, most of the fans is going to watch the men matches rather than women, and because in this the gap of the good media image presentation of the women. Then the third point is to establishing the fund and support them financially, because we already discussed it and find out that there is in some countries there is a gap in financial aspects. For example, we have some families where they cannot purchase the sporting equipment and sports uniform, especially in the expensive kind of sports, for example, tennis, figure skating, and etc. And in some countries, we do not have the sporting venues in far cities. And in this regard, we thinking about to establishing the fund to support them financially and to cover these all mentioned areas, and even in participating in some training camps and international events.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much for Group E. Again, talking more about the technical approach, sports program, and the equality and equal opportunities portrayal, and also talking about the funds. And it's something important to mention for the NOCs. When we are talking about solutions, about funds, we already had presentation from the IOC and OCA, and we already have programs in place. So this is a good opportunity, as you were able to identify that funds is something important for our national Olympic committees. Now you already have the funds and the programs. So this is a good starting point. And now we will move to topic Group V for the presentation, please.
Hello, good afternoon, colleagues and friends. I'm speaking on behalf of our group. We are countries from Lebanon, South Korea, Maldives, Hong Kong, UAE, and Afghanistan, my country. As we thought in our group, we reached to this, that it's important, the role of the sport bodies is more important to help and to encourage the participation and representation of the women. For this, the organizational regulation change is needed. It means that, for instance, we have the National Sport Federation, which are the main bodies in a country, who the youth and the youngster, they reach to the sport through these national federations to reach to the elite level. For this, we need to focus and invest on athletes and former athletes who want to contribute to become coaches, leaders, and administrators. This is very important. So by this, we can have the knowledgeable, skilled, and experienced administrators, because this is something that we were witness that it was lacking specifically in Asia and all around the world. So it means that we need the enforcement from the international federations to their national bodies, national federations, and also with the help of the sport ministry. And when it comes, we talked about the gender equity to make it as a tool, not as a weapon. And for this, we can have the gender leadership programs. And one more important thing was to change the culture. And the good practice can be, for instance, as an international federation, we spoke about the International Athletic Federation. If they can, from the grassroots point of view, to have children from different gender to practice sport together, to change their mindset for the participation. And in the adult age, because of the some restriction on the religious point of view, but maybe we can have the fun of two gender to practice and play sport together, and to have it on the media. And the last point was about the role and the impact of media, which is important. If we do all the points that we mentioned and not to focus on media, media is really important. You know that the media is running the world, and it's changing the world dramatically. So media is important to highlight all our achievements and activities that we have. These are the points that we had.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, talking about grassroots, so we should teach them young. And as Mrs. Jaworski mentioned, we start with the family, with our kids, to teach them that how boys should respect girls and etc. And programs, which is very important as best practices, and one of the most important points everyone is mentioning, which is portrayal. So thank you very much, Samira. And finally, with Group E, exclamation mark, so we can finally achieve.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. I am representing my Group E, the other E. And in this group, we have representation from Singapore, us. We have Qatar, we have Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and Uzbekistan. So as you can see, our group is split right down the middle in terms of cultural differences. And we'll probably address some of that right now. Majority of my group is from Southeast Asia. And because of this, we have cultural prohibitions that kind of stop our girls from participation. They are invisible barriers, and I think one of the things we need to do is to break down these barriers, and that is to get a buy-in from families for girls to participate in sport. Buying in from families means you gotta convince dad to let you go play sport. And that's leads me to the second point, which is dad has a group of male friends, and you guys have to learn, or females will have to learn how to tap into the network, the platform, and the friendship of men to lead, to guide, to advise, and to nudge you along on this path of participation and eventually leadership. The third one, I think, just speaking from everybody's experience on my table, we have not seen too many female leaders or sports icons in our table. And growing up for the gymnast in Uzbekistan, and even for myself as a swimmer, we didn't see too many female leaders. All our coaches were males, all our trainers were males. And to help change that, I think we can start getting more females into positions of leadership like coaching, where girls can look up to their coaches, where girls can look up to their strength and training coaches, where girls can look up to the presidents of the NSAs and say, if it can be done, I will do it. If I can see it, I can do it. So there are a couple of points. I just did 3, but I'll add one more just to sneak it in. Enforcement. How do we enforce participation and representation? I kind of agree with what Karen said from this group. Where to enforce participation and representation, it needs to be a top-down approach. You get to get buy-in from government, from policies that make sure that there's equal representation for women participation in sports and the boys. So they'd like to take a page from Title IX in the US. Title IX was established, and universities will only get funded if they have equal representation of female and male athletes in boards across the board. If they don't have that kind of representation, they're not going to get funded. That is one way of doing this, getting government to step in to ensure that if you want money for your sport, you have to have equal number of participation for athletes, and as well as at leadership and governance level. So that's just some of the points we have.
Thank you very much. So, Group E with the exclamation mark, basically, again, moving around legislations. We talked about quota yesterday, how much it's important to start from rules and legislations, the portrayal and the platform, and the support for women. This is very interesting, and I think we will be able to answer a lot of questions and a lot of findings in topic 2 when we talk about best practices. And it's very important to mention that it will be very interesting to listen to the presentation presented in topic 2 from Mrs. Nese Gandogan as the Secretary General for the Turkish Olympic Committee, because it's a real best practice about how you can ensure and enforce. It's a plan that was already implemented, so we'll see this after the lunch. So, Sheikh Hayat, we finished our presentations for achieved groups, and then I will give you the floor first to open the panel discussion, and then if our speakers would like to comment on the presentations, and then we will open the floor for the Q&A section with our participants. The floor is yours.
We'll just Tony, I just want to react about what I have heard and you have heard. I thank you all, and specifically, we are just focusing on a shared goal. First of all, that legislation. This is what I want to add. The legislation, it is really very important. The other thing is strategic plan. This is the other thing. Also evaluation and monitoring. It is a very important. But the most important, I have heard from so many of you that you need an important role from the high top level management, like the IOC and or OCA, okay, to help and enhance and to follow the NOCs. I quite share with you this idea. Some of them, they are just saying, or they are just writing down, but where is the power to implement? Where is the power? Here what we need. Maybe now I can just go back to Michaela. Michaela, after all this intervention from our participant, and based on your experience as a board member and current also responsibility, what is the appropriate way to ensure women participation, especially when I just determined the main elements which relate to the IOC role and to the specifically strategic planning and the other way of evaluation. One of our friends there, he mentioned, I think, budget. But the budget, I think, it is all together. It is one package for everyone. There is no budget only determined for men's sport. No, at all. This relates to the planning within the NOC, the strategic planning, but the budget, it is for both. This is what we know. But we can, with you, please, your experience in this field.
Thank you, Shika. When it comes to participation as athletes, it has been part of the policy of the IOC, and this is why we see the improvement in the numbers. But just as it has been mentioned also, it was mentioned earlier this morning that as we have increased the participation of women, we also have had to remove some of the events where men participate. Even actually Marie Salwa, who made a presentation for us this morning, had mentioned to me that because of the advancement of gender equity, even her own husband is finding it difficult to find a job. So in this sense, we can see that while there is a positive effect for women, it has not come without a price for men. And the reason that I have found this important to mention is because maybe this is the reason that we also see some resistance. So definitely on the side of policy, it has been very important. But it's different when you talk about positions of leadership, because we have tried, and I think this is quite a global thing, to have more democratic processes. So how now do we go back from that after we have realized that there is a disparity in gender representation? There are a number of possibilities, and one of them includes having more women present themselves, having more women offering themselves to be able to serve in these different positions, where at the same time we have to present ourselves as qualified to be holding these positions.
Yes.
I had consulted with a lawyer in the Philippines who practices labor law, and she was also a basketball player in college and after. And I asked her, because she also runs a women empowerment NGO, and I asked her, what is the first step towards us being able to help you become more successful in what you do? And she said the first is you have to make sure that the women are qualified for the jobs. Because we push, and the woman gets the position and then doesn't really perform. It makes it harder for other women to be in those positions. So I am not super positive when it comes to when we talk about policy, when we talk about legislation. It's important for us when we talk about starting now, when we don't have the policy, when we are not able to convince our governments to include certain things as changes in a constitution. What do? We don't just wait. We find other ways around it. We find maybe we have to do something. We don't just do nothing. So it's important for us also to be creative in trying to find solutions when they are not, when we don't have the support or the agreement of those people who would otherwise make it easier for us to do it.
That's,
I hope I answered
I'm pretty sure you answered the question, and as I want to stress on one thing that Sheikh definitely will agree, not only representation, but good representation. And this is directly connected with quality and not quantity. And this is very important, that we should focus on quality, not quantity, and this will create sustainability. So I think Dr. Payoshni has also something to mention.
I'll just take this opportunity to respectfully disagree with the fact that policies are not important. Policies are extremely important, and somebody in the group mentioned top-down approach. And we know in order to change mindset, it will take a long time. And I think it is the responsibility of the institutions in place, like the government and the national Olympic committees, or the institutions which are present in the sporting ecosystem, for them to come up with these policies which are going to help change. The one thing about the quality and the quantity, I completely agree with you, Sheikh Hayat. The point what I think all of us are trying to make is there shouldn't be tokenism there shouldn't be inclusion just because we want to include. There has to be real representation. So I think we do see tokenism a lot of times. I ask this question when I'm invited somewhere. Why are you inviting me? I need to know that I am invited there for what not only for how I look, but also for what I stand for, and what I have done, and what I have achieved, and how I can contribute. I think it is really important. But at the same time, it is also important to give opportunities to our girls and women
so that they get that opportunity. If I was not given an opportunity early on, for example, my internship at the Women's Sports Foundation in the USA that I did many years back contributed to what I could think of doing much later, coming from a place in India, hardly knowing what was going on in the gender equity, gender equality sort of, landscape across the world. So it's important to get that opportunity as well. They didn't see my quality at that point. They just thought maybe giving her the opportunity might help change things. And that was crucial to me. And we also need to recognize that we need to give our girls and women that opportunity, without which we won't see the real change happening. So yes, policy and initiatives from the institutions.
I fully agree with you, and I can say I'm lucky to be surrounded with very high quality leaders like women like yourselves, guests and panelists, and this is what we are talking about, the quality. So thank you very much, and this is why you are here with us, Dr. Payoshni. It's because of the quality and what you can bring to this seminar and how you can support women and join forces together. So thank you very much. I think I saw you taking a lot of notes. So I would like to listen to your intervention.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank all the groups because I was really listening to the different interventions. And what I realized is that there is consensus that we need a system-wide approach. So we need to tackle all the aspects. You mentioned data, evidence, legislation, strategies, building capacity, ensuring funding. So all elements of it. But I was thinking, if we want change, we need to find like the entry points or the game changers. What moves the system? Because the truth is the change will not be linear and will not be perfect. We will not have all the data that we need to have the proper policies. So we need to move the system in different ways and find elements that are catalytic for change in the different areas. And I was thinking, for example, the importance of mobilizing political will for change and identifying champions in the country, mobilizing partnerships to make the voice louder, and this is what we're doing in this forum, like having different stakeholders amplifying the message. So the other one is exercising leadership at our level, at level where we are. What changes can we promote that start catalyzing other changes? I agree with Mitra, what she was saying in terms of the ultimate accountability is in the governing bodies and governments, but at our level, we can all be agents of change, and that is very important as well. Yes, these are just some of the reflections on the how-to.
It's very important.
Thank you.
We are almost in a tie break for topic number 1, and I would like to know your opinion when it comes to the presentations concerning women participation and representation. No.
This one is okay. This one is okay.
I think this one. No. So, well, I don't come from so much data as these eminent women next to me, and I'm coming from a very experiential kind of role. And as I said in my presentation, I think that we actually have to work together. And what Mickey said about we need to be better than the rest, and putting out good quality versus quantity, as Tony also said, is what I think the logical first step should be. That we need to empower our girls and women to be the best that they can be. And then after that comes, different things where we can kind of push them and policy. But if we do not put out a good product, then it becomes very, very difficult for the future generation to walk in their footsteps. But I really do believe that we are seeing change And I really do believe that while it may not be as fast as all of us would like, it will happen.
Thank you. Definitely it will happen. That's great. It's interesting, and I can see you hungry, asking questions, not hungry for food. So I will open the floor now for the Q&A session for our participants by raising hands. So if you have any question for our speakers and panelists, please raise your hand and we will give you the floor for your question. Sausan, we will start with, if we can have someone please in the middle circulating the mic, my colleagues, Yusuf please, Sarah, if we can have someone in the middle circulating the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for the really helpful, beneficial argument or conversation here. What I wanted to ask about is the argument of women sports and women teams contributing less and generating less revenue to the sports sector and to the movement itself. So I'm not sure to what extent would it be equity or fairness if we are like deducting from the revenue of men's sports and reinvesting it in order to promote women's sport? Or are there other ways in order to have equal financing and equal expenditure when it comes to women and men's sports? Thank you.
You can all answer the question. It's working.
Tough question, and I may not have the exact answer to that, but I was the chair of the boxing, IBA, Women's Commission, in the inclusion in 2012. And this was exactly the problem that we were having at the time, because they had to take away from the weight categories of the men to be able to include the women. Now, it was a directive from the IOC that there will be women. So that was one point. But what we really grappled with is the TV audience that would be possible and the revenue lost on if the women's bout versus the men's and what the number was. And I forgot what the exact data was, but post London, right, when it was first included, what we actually saw that the women's bouts, especially because of Nicola Adams and all of that, gained more views, and this was still the beginning of social media. It wasn't even so social media savvy. More views and viewership, which was equal, if not better than the men. So I think that's a very interesting point. And as you bring in, again, it comes back to the quality of sport and the quality of sport that you're putting out. I really don't believe that if you compare men's boxing and women's boxing or football or any sport, that it should be said, oh, these girls are not as good as the boys. It needs to be packaged as an individual sport within itself. And that sport then highlighted, the people commentating or need to sell that sport in a way that is not comparable to the male counterpart. And it has its own challenges. And it's very, I mean, from a tennis point of view, sure, the women do not have as much power as the men, but we do have a lot more strategy. Our rallies are much longer. There is much more points being built from a technical standpoint. So these need to be kind of highlighted and grown, if that somewhat answers your question before I babble on for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. And we would like to welcome again Mrs. Salwa. Thank you very much for, she's still there connecting with us, and I'll give you the floor for your intervention.
Yes, thank you, Tony. First of all, congratulations to all of you for not only meeting today, but for the very insightful conversations you have had at your table. I think it's very encouraging to see the various solutions that you find to your very specific context. And only by looking at we will advance gender equality. You also stress the importance of having a holistic approach that tackles the 5 focus areas that we presented earlier. And I'm very confident with this approach that through diversity, which is our strength, we will advance gender equality. I'd like to come back to a personal story, because Michaela, you started it. I believe that most of us here in the room as women, we have always been supported by men. And you mentioned, how men, in particular, the families and husbands, can support us. In my specific case, indeed, I would not be in front of you if it was not for my husband, who has always put his career second to mine, and obviously has been supporting me in getting there. So it's very important that actually we really look at gender equality and the role of men in this journey. The second thing I would like to encourage you to do is actually to use the momentum in the lead up to Paris and keep this sense of urgency. You heard Prince Faisal earlier saying that we have an opportunity to make, again, history in Paris around and outside the field of play. Let's consider indeed how we can increase gender balance in chef de mission and deputy chef de mission position, so that we can have something very concrete and pragmatic that we achieved in Paris already 2 years from now. And last but not least, I would like to confirm that we stand by you to work with all stakeholders, UN Women, Global Observatory, to drive synergies. And we are going to use the convening power of the Olympic movement to continue to advance gender equality in and through sport with all of you. I wish you a very fruitful seminar, and I'm looking forward to the feedback from all of you at the end to see how we can help you further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Salwa, and thank you for staying connected with us and for your intervention. And again, Sheikh, as she mentioned, Mrs. Salwa, joining forces, and this is why we are here together. And it's very important for our NOCs to join forces with the Olympic Council of Asia, with the IOC, with UN Women, with Global Observatory, with all anyone that can join force with and support gender equity. So, and we hope that Paris 2024 will be a milestone. Again, mentioning the powerful idea mentioned also by His Royal Highness, which is chef de mission and deputy chef de mission. It's time to give women the opportunity because, as we said, definitely they can do it. So, Dr. Payoshri, for sure.
I will go back to the question that came from this table, from the Jordan Olympic Committee. Yes. Around investments and the fact that women's sport may not generate as much economic profit as men's sport. Now, this can be also said about different sports within men's sports. And somebody spoke about the Title IX in the US earlier, where we have seen that federal funded universities, when that law came, that it has to be the amount of fund has to be equally distributed between men's and women's programs, a lot of less popular men's programs were dropped out in order to put some money, equal amount of money for women's programs. We have seen that in the US happening from the 1970s onwards, and there has been a debate. Now we need to also understand the history. How long is our history in women's sport? It's very short. We cannot expect women to perform at the level of men's sport when we have a very short history. We have much less population participation population. So we need to understand that whole journey that many of these men's sports had from 1896 was when the first Olympics happened. Women were not even allowed to compete. So if you think about the whole journey men's sport have, women's sport has very short journey. So we need to give them more time, give them a bit more opportunity, and don't need to always equate the economic profit generated by women's sport, but need to be more supportive nevertheless.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think our colleague from NOC Sri Lanka first. There's a question, NOC Secretary General from Sri Lanka.
Tony, it's not really a question, a comment to everybody here, particularly my friends from Secretary Generals. I have from Turkey, Iraq, Nepal, Bhutan, and others. Sorry if I don't recognize you. The change start from me. Okay. I think we need to, my group says, we talk, met so many times. This topic has been going on for so many years. It's time to do it now. It starts from your own NOC. We need to ensure that we have adequate representation of female in our board. And I have to say that the next election, we will have 30% from Sri Lanka. There's no question about it. And I'm committed to do that. I want every Secretary General to give that commitment here and do it. Please do it. End of the day, we have also the Maldives. Sorry, I miss Tamu is here. So you need to do it in your own organization rather than putting the blame to OCA, IOC, government. These are all excuses. We always have it in our countries. We have all the rules and regulations. In my country, we have all the rules and regulations, but nothing happens. So it's time that we do it. It starts from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, it's time, and this is a good start from NOC Sri Lanka. So I think we have a question. My colleague Walid.
My question concerning what I heard, mainly everybody blamed the legislation and the policies, the lack of legislation and policies that aids women or empower women to have positions in the leadership. But I didn't see the effective training. There is no training for the women to be in the leadership. Most of the panelists, they took it out of experience and they were given a chance somehow to be leaders. But I think if we're gonna prepare a generation, we need to emphasize more on education, more in leadership programs to empower women to at least be in the leadership position. And this is my view, and I want to hear the point of view of the panelists about this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Walid. And what do you think?
Okay, I will go to that.
Hello. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how we may have miscommunicated it, but when we talked about women being qualified, it is the training. It is giving women the capacity to lead, but it also has a lot to do with the areas where women are, the talents. And I'm not even just talking about women because this would apply for men and women. What area are you good at? What is your talent? Where are you interested in most? Where could you contribute the most? So all of these things come into when we say that the women have to be qualified. It is exactly this, the education that each one needs to have. And even, well, I can't speak for everybody, but even for me, at least, that I'm going to pursue for everyone, every responsibility we're given, we also take it upon ourselves to become knowledgeable. It's not just from experience, but we know that when we need to do a responsibility, that we have to also have the initiative to equip ourselves in those specific areas. And we also help each other do this.
Thank you. Sheikha?
Well, just I will go back to what our friend he said from, I think, the Secretary General from Sri Lanka. I quite agree with you that everything starts from us. When we do our own job, we will reach. But with the assistance of the concerned authority. The concerned authority here is NOCs. So NOCs, they should prepare and implement their job and responsibilities. Plus, the girls, they should have the ambition to reach at a higher level, educate themselves, continue their career, go in the election, okay, of the association or whatever, to be there to gain the necessary experience. Unless she go through this career, she won't be able to be a strong lady when she just sit down in the e-board or whatever. She should enrich herself with this experience through this career. It is not just, for example, I would like to be there, but how? You should convince those who will be electing you. So everything starts from us, associations, players. The NOC is the umbrella, and her responsibility to prepare and be ready for everything, education, awareness, and everything. So if we have the desire inside ourselves, we will reach the goal. And that's why sometimes we have some elites, they work hard on themselves. And why not the other? It is not an easy way, but by passion, by dedication, we will be there and we will convince everyone. On the other side, NOCs, they should implement the whole target. The IOC is doing their preparing and giving chances, but we don't want that, for example, I don't know by force, but no, we don't want that IOC come directly to tell us our own duty. No, we should fulfill our own duty, and we need the IOC through their programs, through their strategic plan for the continent as a whole. So let us just start from our own self in different categories, technically or at the managerial level. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely, Sheikha. You're giving them the reason why women should be involved. So this is very important based on quality. Why there should be a reason, and this is how you make your a strong decision or a strong position. So I think Mrs. Fernandez also has an intervention.
Yeah. So thank you very much. This is a topic that I feel very strongly about from my own experience, and you know when we talk about women and why women are not progressing in the leadership ladder, I would dare to question. I will dare to question if it is a matter of capacity, because I have been in many situations where women are extremely capable and they're still not going up the ladder. And I will dare to say that it's because the structures are not there to give a space for women to lead. So I think for me, the first measure is to create career path progressions so that they can learn progressively to move to one step to other and lead as men do. You know, we all move from one step to the other in the leadership career. And of course, then you complement that with mentoring and leadership training, of course, to gain the leadership skills that are required. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we are almost done with topic 1. So I will give the floor for Mrs. Jaworski for the takeaways and conclusion for topic 1.
Thanks, Tony. It seems that we all agree on the same things. But one thing that I will say is that we are here so that we can come out with action points. I'm one of those people. I also really dislike having to come together like this and go apart, not knowing what the expectations are from everybody who's involved. So at the risk of being a little general, because I know that this is probably applicable to the other topics as well, I have come to appreciate research a lot more because it's a bit useless and wasteful to come up with a plan when we don't know that we are really trying to address the right thing. So definitely, I think research with our international federation, we've done a bit of work in surveys in trying to determine what really are the needs, what really do we have to try to address so that we are solving the problem, even if we are not solving the whole problem, because we have to be realistic about having certain steps before we get to the end goal. And that probably, since there's always room to improve, that it will be a constant journey for us. When it comes to policy and legislation, we all agree on the importance of this, but also that it may not always be available to us. And in spite of that, we keep working towards getting the leaders, government, policymakers to include policy that will allow us to reach our goals faster, but at the same time, continue the work without the policy, because some of us are able to achieve it, just like with the inclusion of OVEP in Odisha, in India. And that is something that's rare, but we also have seen how effective it has been to have government support in the things that we do. It's very important for us to be able to determine the local needs. I won't go into the details. They have been mentioned a number of times, but the needs are also coming from different areas, like the technical side of sport, the participation of athletes, the numbers, including the technical officials and administrative support, and also in other areas such as more women-centered in communities. One thing that is a huge challenge, but also something very beautiful about Asia, is how culturally diverse we are. So we can't expect to have a template that will work for the whole of Asia. We have to appreciate that there are situations where some topics we are trying to address will be more difficult in certain regions. But it's part of the work that we have to do, and we just have to keep going. And the importance of monitoring, observing, evaluation, because we don't want to be spending good money on something bad. It's just a very practical way of looking at things. We put a lot of effort into what we do. We put a lot of our hearts and our minds. We leave our families at home to come here and do something like this. And that's one of the motivations for us to be doing a good job. We've talked about partners, and they come in different forms. It may be government, it may be private. It's also from men. And I have to say from personal experience that if I didn't have the support of my husband, who has the right to expect a lot of obligations from me, if I didn't have his support, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today. So that's one of the most important parts. And it's not just in our personal lives, but in our professional lives as well. When we talk about finance, I want to remind everybody about Olympic solidarity. Yes. Olympic solidarity has always offered itself for all the causes that are important to the Olympic movement. And certainly, as you have seen through Marie's presentation today and all the work that's been done over the years, that gender equality and gender equity is important to the IOC and Olympic solidarity. But there is a process. There has to be a program. There has to be something that we can present and apply for through our NOCs. But it's there. The financial support can be there, but we have to also know how to ask. We also have to know how to put a program together so that we can have this financial support to implement. and the communication of successes, the communication of the benefits, just like what Samira said earlier. It's, it's a bit frustrating to be doing good work and not have others know about it, because many times we don't realize that others are also looking for the hope, looking for maybe a way to apply those things in their own communities and in their own countries. And what I have realized is that everybody wants to be part of a good thing. Sometimes they don't want to risk, they're afraid, they don't know how to work towards it. But once they see that there are benefits for everybody there, then it becomes easier to convince. And sometimes this is all a matter of communication. So that's my wrap up.
This is more than enough. This is more than enough. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jaworski. And I would like to say thanks a lot for Mrs. Mary Salwa joining us online, and thanks for the IOC support and especially her support. Mrs. Elisa Fernandez, UN Women Country Representative, thank you very much for your intervention and for your valuable input. Dr. Payoshni Mitra, Global Observatory, thank you very much. Mrs. Manisha Malhotra, for your intervention and interesting personal experiences. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a loud applause for our speakers and panelists. Sheikha and Mrs. Jaworski, I will not say thank you because we continue this this seminar together. So now, when we already concluded topic 1, women participation and representation, it's time for lunch. So I will leave you for like an hour and a half for lunch, and we will start topic number 2, best practices, sharing experiences with role models and raising awareness, exactly 3 o'clock. So please be on time and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. It was great. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure. I have a bachelor in journalism. I used to be a reporter. Yeah. Yes. Yes, this is why.
Check. Hey.
Thank you very much. It was great. It's a pleasure. No, this is why we have the panel discussion. I saw you and I thank you, and definitely we will be here together for topic 2. I fully agree. Thank you. Thank you very much. My pleasure. We still have. When will it come? When done? Okay. I'm looking at the VR. Yes. Okay. Yes, for sure. Thank you very much.
check, check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, hey, check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, check. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, hey, hey. Hello. Check. Hey, check. Hey. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, hello. Check. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey, check. Check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey, check. Hey, check, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, check, hey, check, hey, check, hello, hello. hey, hey, check. Check, hey, check, hey. Check, hey, check, hey, check, hey, check, hey, check. Check, hey, hey. Check, hey, hey, check. hey. Check. Hey, hey.
ليه؟ لا في حدك ولا؟ مم. خليها صحيح صحيح. Thank you. Just turn it off.
Check, check, hey, check.
Please everybody take translation translation mic because Ms. Oksana, she will speak in individual. Everybody please take a translation mic as Ms. Oksana, she will speak in. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request everyone to take translation mics as Miss Oksana, she will give her lecture in Russian. Again, I would like to announce, ladies and gentlemen, please take translation mics as Miss Oksana, she will do her presentation in Russian. Thank you.
If we can all take our places, so we can start with the afternoon session, topic 2.
It's the first time that we have the opportunity to have so many representatives of the women here. So, in the middle of your seat, you can reach Pedro, give
I
the
will.
business card.
Now at the beginning.
Because it's the first time that we have representatives of the women of the NFCC.
I was planning for this. I will do.
Okay, thank you.
Hey. English.
English, are we talking?
كم واحدة بدي أحط لها؟ Channel 1 is English? Perfect. عظيم. لا انجلش احسن مش مشكله. لا بدي اسمع بالانجلش لا اقدر اخذ لا انا وسام فيك تقول له لمحمد هذا كان مخففه قبل لانه بيجي على عيني من هون دغري. شو هو؟ لا اسكت ما عندي مشكله بس هذا
Check.
So everyone is ready? Sheikha? Yeah. You don't need it now after. No, it's not now. So good afternoon. So now I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you had something good to boost your energy. So we will start with the second topic for this seminar, topic number 2. We are talking about best practices, introducing best practices to enhance gender equality, sharing experiences with role models and women ambassadors. First, I would like to welcome our speaker on stage for his presentation, International Red Cross Committee, Head of Delegation, Mr. Mamadou Sow.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you ready for a very quick detour away from sports into the humanitarian world? All right. My dear friend and brother, Captain Hussein Al Musallam, Mrs. Sheikha, Hayat, Executive Board member, distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor for me to be invited to be part of this magnificent event. Usually, and this is a revelation, usually when I'm invited to speak in a panel, the first thing I do is I inquire who are the panelists, because I want to make sure that I'm not participating in an all-male panel. But here I did not have to ask. So I am saying that because I'm speaking to you with great humility, with great excitement, but great humility, because I think on the topic of gender, we need to listen more to women, because women are the quintessential experts on their conditions, and listening to them serve us better than speaking about it. But I think also that men have a role to play to bring gender equity in this world. My name is Mamadou Sow, and I'm one of 22,000 women and men who work in about 100 countries around the world where there are armed conflicts, and our role is exclusively humanitarian, and it's to provide essential services, meaning healthcare, water, food, livelihood, and protection, meaning visiting detainees, having a dialogue with weapon bearers to uphold human dignity in times of war. Our mandate is governed by the Geneva Conventions, and our work is really predicated by what we call the 7 fundamental principles, meaning the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, independence, voluntary service, unity, and universality. That's my introduction. So we work in highly complex, hazardous environments of armed conflict, with often deep humanitarian consequences. Nowadays, of course, you will agree that it's very hard to speak about human suffering because we have become a little bit too numb. So let me just break down a little bit to you what it means to live in a country where there is an armed conflict and what it means to be a victim of war. So imagine with me, imagine that your village or your town is attacked. Imagine that your husband or your wife is killed. Now imagine that one of your sons is abducted or jailed or your daughter is kidnapped. You run. For hours or sometimes for a few days, you run to save your life. You arrive in the middle of nowhere. You have no food, you have no water, you have no education and no health. And the weather is 35 or 45 degrees outside. Now, I can tell you that many of the people that I've met in the many years that I've worked with the International Committee of the Red Cross, they don't have to imagine. This is their lived experience. So whether it is in Gaza, where I spent a few years, or in Afghanistan, where I have worked, or in Myanmar, or many other countries, to be a parent in some of these places is to live with 2 fears. One is that the family that you love so much that you won't be able to provide them with the basic needs, food, healthcare, education, etc. Or the family itself can be taken away from you in a split of a second. Why? Because war causes the breakdown of the rule of law. It creates the disintegration of the traditional family and the social structures. At the same time, it also shatters what we call the state-run systems of protection. In war, violence is normalized, and arms and weapons are available everywhere. Now imagine what I just told you, and imagine the consequences that I have described of war. Now juxtapose that with pre-existing norms of discriminations, against girl and against women. What you have is heightened risk for them in terms of being exposed to sexual violence, to torture, to forced marriage, to the disruption of some of the access that they need to basic services like health and education. Do you still follow me? All right. So, as a movement, the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, we have come a long way. In the past, we used to think that because we were neutral, we should not be speaking out publicly about gender equality. But obviously, we know with time and experience that it is now crystal clear that any status quo that is premised by pre-existing discriminations, maintaining those status quo or not speaking out against those status quo is reinforcing those status quo, therefore it's not neutral. This is now a clear modus operandi of the Red Cross. And in the movement, the Red Cross movement, we also don't want to do harm in places where we work. Not doing harm and yet not addressing or reinforcing existing discriminations against girl and woman is doing harm. So neutrality as understood before is do harm, and we don't adhere to that principle of neutrality. It's like if you are in a country where there are racial or ethnic discrimination, on the one hand, if you say that you cannot speak out against them, and at the same time, because you are neutral, but then if your work reinforces that system, you cannot call what you do neutrality. So impartiality and humanity are the drivers of our humanitarian actions. And neutrality is a tool, an important one, but impartiality really dictates that the Red Cross, the Red Crescent, provide assistance and protection to people in need. And in most countries where we live and work, women and girls are disproportionately attacked by the armed conflict. So we have come a long way. We've got a long way to go. But rest assured that today we recognize that gender is a critical lens of analysis for effective, informed, impartial humanitarian action. There have been so many evidence from our field work that really show in an undisputable manner that using gender analysis provide us with great way of understanding how war affect access to basic healthcare, services like healthcare, water, sanitation, education, unemployment, how the violence is taking place and how they affect everybody around. At the same time, using the gender lenses also help us understand the impact of climate change. And I can even go as far as to say that when you use the gender analysis, you understand even geopolitical complex concept, such as the relevance, the likelihood of a outbreak of a war. If you study a society through gender, you can make conclusion on that. The likelihood of success or not on peace negotiation, a gender analysis help you understand that. Ties to extremist views and extremist violence, a gender analysis help you understand that, among other things. Let me tell you a little bit story so you understand how gender helps us in our work. In 1996, when the Taliban took over in control of Kabul, a year later they issued a decree that all female staff and female patients should use a separate and new hospital. Obviously, this new hospital was not well prepared. It did not have the infrastructures, windows, have doors, didn't have the right staff. not qualified staff, and it was not accessible to most people. So we decided that we will not adhere to this new decree, at the risk, of course, of being expelled out of Afghanistan, like many other organizations were. We decided to stay and do our work where we were working because we thought that if we were to agree with that discriminatory practice, this would be against international humanitarian law, and it will be against the principles of humanity, impartiality, and even neutrality. But we prioritize the dialogue with the Taliban, speak with them and try to convince them about the need to ensure equal access to healthcare to people affected in Afghanistan. The negotiation didn't go well very far, and then we decided to go public, and that was a big risk for us to do. But then going public forced the Taliban to start having a conversation with us. Eventually, they agreed to allowing us to work in a place where our staff would be able to work, including our lady staff, and women would be able to come in and benefit from the work. So when you use gender, you can really help in a transformative way to have impacts that are extremely positive. So when they took over last year, the situation became very dire in Afghanistan, and we, the ICRC, we started supporting almost 30 hospitals. But in the memorandum of understanding with all the hospitals, we made sure that there is no discriminatory practices in these hospitals, that there is equal access to all the services that we were providing, including to women. This meant that we retained the staff and we hired many staff, including women. Yeah? And this example of Afghanistan, I wanted to share it because, again, in complex environment, if you can make these choices in normal environment, you may be able to do so. Obviously, it is very hard to believe that we just came out. We haven't even recovered yet from a devastating pandemic, that another global crisis have erupted in the world with devastating consequences, even and including and especially on the poorest of the world. We have become spectators to mega scale human suffering because of the conflict in Ukraine. We see beyond doubt now that whatever happened in Ukraine affects people in Kabul, affect people in West Africa, because we are thus connected. Dr. King used to say we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, and we are tied in a single garment of destiny. So whatever affect one in one place, affect some others in another place. Because of these uncertainties and these global shocks that we witness as you work in the Red Cross, you realize that there's one thing that cannot change and will not change. It's the interconnectivity of the world economy, but also how matters of peace and security are globally connected. So what do? We try to build the resilience of communities so that they can take some of these shocks, so that when there are global shocks, pandemics or crises, they can sustain this shock. Now, from experience, and follow me carefully, from experience, we have seen that to make communities resilient, there is no better way than to invest in women. Why? Because women, they tend to spend an upward 90% of the support they receive from humanitarian organizations to the health, the nutrition, and the education of their children. So if you decide to donate money to the Red Cross, this is a clear return of investment. It's a no-brainer. You invest in Red Cross, they invest in women, and communities become more resilient and they can manage a lot of shocks. I have spoken about the experience on gender in the humanitarian sector. I've spoken about the experience with the ICRC. I don't want to give you the impression that women are only victims in armed conflict areas. Of course, they are disproportionately affected by our own male-made mess, but they have a great deal of agency. Amidst the chaos, the uncertainty. I have seen repeatedly over and over women rise against unbelievable odds to protect themselves and their families. In them, I have seen over and over the expression of the deepest form of love towards oneself and one's community. And it's important that we acknowledge that agency. And I thank you for the honor to celebrate that as well. When you work in the International Committee of the Red Cross, you travel a lot. Travel to Africa, Asia, you go to many countries. And this is just my personal observation. Every country I have visited, with maybe very few exceptions, the early image that I see in the morning is women going to work. Some carrying things that they sell, going to the market. And it's a very moving sight to see, always. Huh? Because you know that behind every one of them, there are countless people at home who depend exclusively on them as breadwinners. I think that society wins a lot when we empower girls and women to achieve their full potentials and when the walls of discriminations are broken down. A year ago, I was working in a different continent and I once had a meeting with an NGO, which I don't want to mention. And then as I was sitting there meeting with the CEO, and so it was 4 men and 1 woman, the management team, it was time for coffee to be served and tea. And when the person entered, the CEO asked one of the lady, or the lady who was member of the board, serve the coffee. I almost fell off my chair. And then I just told him, listen, we can serve ourselves. So we serve ourselves, and then in the conversation, I utilized few expressions and examples of women leadership because I didn't want to shame him in front of his team. But then when I saw him outside a few days later, I explained him a little bit that, really can't do that anymore. That's not something that you do. And I was happy when I returned many months later, the situation was a bit different. All this to say, and when I shared this experience online, I was stunned at the number of professional women who related similar experience that they lived through. That no matter how high they get sometime when among their peers, when it was time to do a few things, they are automatically assumed or designated to play those roles. I think it's very condescending treatment. We should stop assuming that inclusion is having different gender around the table. That's diversity. Diversity means you have different people on the table. You have black faces in high places. You have women on the table. But inclusion is something else, and that's what we should aim for. It means that they are present and they are valued and their opinion really, really matter. So I think it's good that we start educating ourselves, listen to women more, but check our privileges as men, but always stand firm against bias and discrimination. There is a colleague of mine. She is an engineer. She works in Myanmar. Her name is Mary Tsin. She is one of my heroes because she said that when she is announced to go to a remote community to fix the water system, they always assume it's a man who will come. And they're always surprised when she comes. And she says that she had to work extra hard to gain the trust of the communities and some of the people who work with her. But things are evolving now. We have many people like Mary. Our organization now, for the first time in 165 years, is headed by a woman. And slowly and surely we are breaking the walls of discrimination against women. Me, I'm from Senegal, I'm from West Africa, and I always wonder, and I always ponder how far Africa would have gone if our forebears have invested on the education of women and girls. Now the ball obviously is in our hands, and we cannot fail in this important mission. Dr. King used to say that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. He didn't say that it doesn't bend on itself. It takes dedicated work of women and men like you to bend that arc and to make justice and equality possible in our world. Gender equality is a goal, but beautifully so. It is also a conduit. It is an enabler for a world that is safer, that is at peace, that is prosperous, and a world that is sustainable. So, thank you for the opportunity to address this illustrious gathering on this important topic, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamadou, for joining us, because I know that you landed at 11:40 and you joined us directly. So thank you for attending, and it's very interesting to see how ICRC are supporting women. And I still remember our conversation when we first met, and the first question I was like, it's interesting talking about how ICRC are supporting women and in general. But my question, the one that I asked you when we first met, and I think it's very interesting for our participants also to understand more, where does ICRC stand for women in sports specifically?
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear. This is a very important question. You know, as I mentioned earlier, we work in very fragile environment where there is a breakdown of the rule of law, and we also work in post-conflict situation. I've mentioned few years ago, I worked in Gaza for almost 3 years. And I'll probably use the example of Palestine to illustrate the power of sports for our line of work. If you go to Palestine, especially in Gaza Strip, there's a lot of people who have received bullets on their lower limbs. A lot of young people. It's probably one of the most shocking things that you see there. This is the case there in Gaza, but it's also the case in many other countries where what I call the weapons of the weak, the weapons of the cowards, which landmines are used. They amputate a lot of people. So when you face a situation like that as a humanitarian actor, you have a lot of things that you have to do. One, obviously, is to heal the wound. You try to heal the person. Then you come up with a way to help them stand again on their own 2 feet. So across the world, we have what we call orthopedic centers that build artificial limbs for people to work. Then we learn over the years that it's not just enough to allow people to stand on their feet. You need to heal the deeper wound that they have suffered. And one of the ways that we do that is, one, when people come to our hospital, they see that actually the guard or one of the doctor or the nurses who are helping them is himself wearing orthopedic limbs. So that gives them the moral boost to be able to know that they can enter the journey. But that helps the person himself. But then we need to educate the society, for them to understand that they need to accept and be tolerant and understand those who have suffered from amputation. So one of my colleagues in Afghanistan, he started this project, and now it's all over, we do it all over the world. It's through sports, through basketball or football. We organize a lot of teams. We bring in some coaches. We bring in some referees. We teach them to these remote places. And then we have even in Afghanistan and Gaza, we have women basketball teams who are competing. And these have become so successful and so powerful in the communities that people come out from distances to watch them. Now, what the sport does is it creates heroes from people who otherwise would not have been seen as such. So it generates really acceptance for the communities. It reinforces the other messages that we need to pass about accessibility and so on. And honestly, I love going to those games, and I often invite leaders of the countries to come and join us and watch the sport. Dignity is a notion that should not be postponed ever, even in the middle of the war. So dignity should not wait. And sport is a great conduit to make sure that dignity doesn't wait.
Great, thank you very much. And definitely we will have a long discussion later with our participants when it comes to the IRC, the role, and supporting women. So after finishing with Mr. Mamadou, now basically it was supposed that she will be joining us online, but she made sure that she will find the time to attend in person and join us. So please allow me to welcome on stage our speaker, Secretary General for Turkish Olympic Committee, Mrs. Nesse Gandogan.
It is so great pleasure to be with you today. Really, it's great. First of all, I would like to congratulate Olympic Council of Asia here, Sheikh Hayat bin Abdulaziz Al Khalifa, and also the Bahrain Olympic Committee for an excellent organization and hospitality. Today I will be speaking about the Turkish Olympic Committee's examples, what we are doing in gender equality in Turkey. So, first of all, Turkish Olympic Committee's main activities focus on athletes and youth. Most of the times we focus on the elite level focus, but it's almost 50% athletes and sport development programs, and 50% are the youth development programs. Because we believe that creating equal opportunities for athletes and at the same time at grassroots level will pave the way for equity in sports. As Turkish NOC, we are committed to creating opportunities and inspiring girls to practice sports, allocating equal resources to the athletes, increasing the number of athletes, coaches, female coaches, referees, support personnel, psychiatrists, and administrators, and leveraging the women's presence in leadership in all levels of sports through collaborating with all of our stakeholders and to make a real change in a world full of gender issues. While we are doing this, we follow an activist approach, and we have been doing this over the years. So, our policies and activities are consistent with the IOC's Olympic Agenda 2020 and +5, and are implemented in 4 main areas: funding and supporting athletes, coaches, technical officials, and administrators; youth development programs, which is forwarded to youth and children; the organization itself in the workplace, and the portrayal of our athletes. As most of NOCs, or all of NOCs, all of us, athletes are the heart of Olympic committees, as in Turkish Olympic Committee. For that, we provide financial support to Turkish athletes, both elite and young athletes. And in funding the athletes, we give equal financial support to an equal number of male and female athletes, and even sometimes more. For example, for Tokyo Olympic Games, we provided financial support to 144 athletes, 72 males and 72 female athletes received the same amount of funding. And in funding the teams, in team sports, funding the national teams, our choices were the women's volleyball and basketball teams. And Turkish volleyball team qualified for Tokyo Olympic Games. Another point is when financing our athletes, our financial support is not only limited or received from the Olympic Solidarity. One point I like to mention is that we collaborate with our sponsors on the condition that at least 50% of the athletes to be supported are women. More and more with our sponsors, we increase the support to women athletes, we increase public awareness and inspired more girls to participate in sports. And I will give some examples in portrayal of my presentations. I just mentioned the women volleyball as we supported, but in Turkey now, they inspired thousands of girls. Now, number one sport and most successful sport in Turkey is women volleyball. We also provide financial assistance to our national federations, as most of you do, in organizing technical seminars, technical development courses, certificate programs for coaches, referees, physicians, physiotherapists, nutritionists, technical officials, on the condition that female participants in the field are taking part. If not, no financial support. We also assist women from institutions like universities because we don't want to have only women presence in the field of athletic field alone. And from institutions like universities, NGOs, and clubs, which we consider stakeholders of Turkish sport, we also assist them. We cover the expenses of female academicians in sports sciences to enroll IOC diploma and other certificate programs and seminars. We always observe male and female parity in participation. We do the same at the NOC for our internship program for the university students. The next part is, while athletes are main focus area, Turkish Olympic Committee's other priority is making the sport more accessible for children and youth, providing opportunity and cultivating grassroots equally for boys and girls. We do that through several programs within our development project towards children and youth. One example is our OLI project, Sport Culture and Olympic Education Program in a long wording. OLI project aims to help young generations to acquire sports culture early in life. We usually carry 45 minutes to 1 hour presentations to 9 to 11-year-old elementary school students, teaching them the benefits of Olympic values, healthy nutrition, environment, fair play. We also invite female athletes from all sports as role models to share their stories, to educate children on the benefits of gender-equal sport. Up to now, we have reached about almost 2 million children over the years, and half of them are girls. Now we have a short video.
Bize gerçekten çok önemli bilgiler öğretildi ve benim de tekvandoya ilgimi arttırdı. Ben de büyüyünce bir milli sporcu olacağım ve ülkemizi her alanda temsil edeceğim. Burada bize yardım eden, bizi sunan herkese teşekkür ederim.
We all are living in challenging times and different parts of the world with different cultural barriers. So same applies for Turkey too, Turkey. Now we call it Turkey. I'm just used to saying Turkey. So one of the important point is we are, as NOC, sensitive to the problems and challenges in our society and in our communities. We observe the needs and challenges of the girls in our communities. Based on our evaluations and observations, we develop projects. That is really crucial and important step for the project. I would like to share a new project we started last year with the support of Olympic Solidarity, empowering girls through sports. This project is for the first time, is a girls-only program, aims to empower girls living and studying in culturally and educational disadvantaged areas through engagement in sport and physical activities. It is implemented in regions where cultural barriers exist, where schooling rates for the girls are low and dropout rates are high. With the sports schools we opened in different parts of Turkey, we offer girls sports participation as an opportunity to build self-esteem and self-confidence and support their continued education through sport. Another part of the project is that half of the coaches employed in the project are female coaches, and we also provide safeguarding, nutrition, technical workshops for them with the cooperation of NGOs and local institutions to create a long-lasting legacy for the girls and for the environment.
Ben de 9 yaşında bu kız çocukların arasından gelip şu an milli takımda yer alıyorum ve ülkemizi yurt dışında temsil ediyorum. Bunun verdiği birçok avantajı yaşayarak tecrübe ettiğim için çok mutluyum. Güçlü kadınların toplumun her yerinde yer almasını temenni ediyorum. Kız çocukların hayallerinden vazgeçmemesini, ileride bu hayallerini gerçeğe dönüştürmesini diliyorum.
As I mentioned, we are sensitive to the needs of the girls in our communities. Another project that we provide sport equipment to the girls' schools across Turkey with our partners through our Continue to Play project. Only this year, 15,000 girls in 20 provinces benefited from these initiatives. And also, we just work school by school to see their needs and provide the equipment. And another project with the Olympic Mothers Project is that also women-only initiative. Through the project, we create awareness among mothers to encourage their children to participate in sport and physical activities. A Turkish Olympic Committee in the workplace takes gender equality as part of good governance and has set gender balanced targets. I was the first woman executive board member at Turkish Olympic Committee. Now, 5 members of our 15-person executive board are women. Secretary General is also a woman. And we also support board members in taking part in management positions at international sports and also local level in all of our projects. And half of Turkish Olympic Committee staff and 3 of the 5 directors are women. Another step we have done is while establishing the Athletes Commission, we set a rule that 50% of women representation in our Athletes Commission. Half of the Turkish Olympic Committee's Athlete Commission members are female, and 2 of the 3 chairpersons, including the present one, Eda Erdem, she is the captain of Turkish women volleyball team, are women, and Athletes Commission's chair automatically is a Turkish Olympic Committee's executive board member, and also all of our commissions, committees harbor and significant women participation. Another set goal is we make equal pay for equal work for our staff. The other one is that we share with our stakeholders is we apply a flexible working model, especially for the working mother employees, also who are pregnant ones, so that they have a work and life balance and continue with their careers at Turkish Olympic Committee. We also provide our staff opportunities to attend language courses and technical courses, seminars that will strengthen their professional proficiency. Regarding the portrayal, we attach great importance to the media portrayal of our female athletes. We bring inspiring women athletes forward in all our communications, especially in social media. We share their achievements in public, give priority to the news about female athletes, and broadcast special interviews with them. We also turn increasing interest of sponsoring and supporting brands and their media power into the advantage of our female athletes. As I said, in our agreements with our sponsors, we lay down a 50% female athlete ratio as a condition. And in some cases, all the women athletes are portrayed. For example, I'll show you a short video from Tokyo where only this commercial empowering the place of women in sports in Turkey.
Kadının spordaki yeri burası mı? Belki de burası. Yoksa burası mı?
Bizim yerimiz tam burası. Bizim ne sandınız? Asla yorulmayız. Açtık bayrakları. Yürüyün kızlar, korkmayız. Biz burada durmayız. Yer yerinden oynar. Bastırın kızlar.
İNG, kadınlara engel olan ön yargıların karşısında Tokyo 2020 Olimpiyatları yolundaki kadın milli sporcuların yanında. Gücünüz dünya kadar, sizin yeriniz olimpiyatlar. Bastırın kızlar.
To summarize, I hope I'm on time. To summarize, in challenging the gender issues in sport and society, duties fall on all of us. We all can and must be activists, not only within our own organizations, but working together and networking with institutions, NGOs, and communities. We must continue to work together to create a collective synergy for a change for the better. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Mrs. Gandogan, it's great to see things happening. Like topic one was interesting, talking about how we ensure women participation and representation, and this is great. But it's good to see things being implemented and happening. But I will be using your words like, I am a woman Secretary General. That's great. And with your key position as the Secretary General for the Turkish Olympic Committee, how, as a woman, were you able to influence in the implementation of gender equity within the NOC?
when I said duties fall on all of us, is I think individually and institutionally, we have a lot to do. In that case, I feel I was one of the catalysts, but with the help of with my many colleagues and people and my male also bosses, I can say, or friends working together. So the most important thing is in your organization, we observe, we look at everything where the women and men are standing at all levels, in the commissions, in the workplace, wherever there is a need to be developed, to be changed. First of all, you raise your voice and you make people pay attention to the issues is also crucial. And whoever is you're working with, you educate them, how they are going to look at it, the pictures and the presentations and the athletes. So that's one thing I can say. The other one is in our case, athletes not only there as a competing in our society, we are also making them part of together, male and female athletes on all our projects, so that they are not only competing, but they are also conscious of the society, what are the challenges in our society, how they can help now and then in the future. That's another thing I like to mention. Another one is working with the stakeholders. So whatever is going on in your country, in your NOC, at the federations, it's good to get together with different stakeholders and create a collective synergy to change it. So that's crucial that I like to add, because most of the things I already mentioned, how we are doing it is, I like to add other examples is, as individuals, we are in sport. We should not only be limited to where we are working as the NOCs or the federations. We need to go out there and work with the clubs, as a volunteer, work with the NGOs, and create new stakeholders and be part of the different communities in sports, and also help them, share them your work, or help them to do better. This also helps increase your circle and to do better. One example, I'm NOC Secretary General, but I'm also at the same time Secretary General as a volunteer, Turkish Athletics Federation. So what we are doing in the Turkish Athletics Federation, Turkish Athletic Foundation, helping girls, boys to do better, finding them sponsors, it's also helping in different communities, different stakeholders, and also it turns and comes to Turkish Olympic Committee.
Thank you very much,
I just
Sheikha.
wanted-
And our participants, we were talking about quality and about the reason why women should be involved. And we have a role model, an example in front of us. Mrs. Gandogan, keep doing what you're doing because you're doing great. Thank you very much. And now, a different perspective. Allow me to welcome, and the least, I should call her, the legend, Oksana Chusovotina. Mrs. Oksana, if you can join me here first, before we start. Before we start, I would like to play a short video, and then we will start our discussion. Mrs. Chisovatina, well, honestly, those papers weren't enough to list all your achievements, so I had to use a separate piece of paper. Barcelona 1992 Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And a funny fact, back then I was 3 years old. 1991 World Champion, Indianapolis. Bronze medalist, Paris 1992. Gold medalist 2003. Silver medalist 2001. Silver medalist 2005. Bronze medalist 2002. Silver medalist 2011. Bronze medalist 2006. And then talking about the Asian Games, gold medalist 2002, gold medalist 2002, silver medalist 2002, 2014, 2018, bronze medalist 1994, Asian Championship, silver medalist 1996, bronze medalist also 1996, and something to mention, the last Islamic Games gold medalist. I think this is more than enough.
Thank you very much. I speak English.
Welcome again. And it's our pleasure to welcome you at the Olympic Council of Asia Gender Equity Seminar. So, Oksana, what challenges have you encountered on and off the field of play during your career?
Ну, в первую очередь я хочу сказать спасибо большое за приглашение. Знаете, мне очень интересно послушать, что здесь говорят, вообще какие проблемы существуют. И я поняла, что здесь люди такие находятся. Для меня большая честь быть здесь и вместе это все решать и обсуждать. Спасибо вам огромное.
Just sorry, 1 second, because the translation is not working.
Maybe Nargita, maybe Tony, maybe Nargita.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Sit with me.
Yeah. So it's working? Okay. Channel 1? Okay. Excuse me. That's good. So we can use channel 1. Okay, Oksana.
Channel 1, please. Channel 1.
One more time.
It's English. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Повторение – мать учения. Я хочу сказать, что для меня большая честь находиться здесь, с такими людьми и обсуждать такие проблемы. Я поняла, что это очень грандиозная такая проблема. Вы ее здесь решаете, и это не очень так легко, поэтому я буду стараться быть вместе с вами, помогать вам. И вообще спасибо огромное, что я здесь нахожусь.
You did already a lot. Thank you. So, Mrs. Giuseppetina, do you think you were fairly rewarded and recognized? Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is done. Yes.
Я скажу так, что я считаю, что я была, ну, слово такое вознаграждена неправильное, я была как бы отблагодарена намного больше, чем я заслужила. Это я так думаю. Потому что у нас в стране я выступала, когда ты выступаешь, если ты показываешь результат, то ты за это должен что-то получать. Ты это получаешь.
So I would like to ask Nargisa, please, from NOC Uzbekistan, to help us with the translation.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. Please. Yeah, she's coming. Excuse us for this technical issue. Thank you, Nargisa. You can sit down there. Yes, yes.
Давайте начнем.
So again, do you think you were fairly recognized and rewarded as an athlete?
Sorry, Tony, as per request of Oksana, maybe start with the first question, if you don't mind, of course.
For sure. So I'll go back to the first question. And Oksana, what challenges have you encountered on and off the field of play during your career?
Знаете, я думаю, что я вообще по жизни счастливый человек. В спорте я никогда не сталкивалась с никакими такими большими проблемами. Спорт – это спорт. Если ты выходишь на помост, делаешь, тебя оценивают. Если ты допускаешь ошибки, за это тебе снимают.
Oksana, she says that actually she's really very happy person because she, as an athlete, she didn't challenge with any challenge in the field of play because she's an athlete and during her sport competitions, she showed her result and performance. This just only on her. Yes, I mean just the judge and referees, they rate her performance, her preparation.
Ну, а вне спорта, конечно, я столкнулась с большой проблемой, когда у меня заболел сын. И, знаете, я, опять же, оказалась счастливым человеком, что я занимаюсь спортом. И мир спорта помог мне спасти ребенка. И я, не знаю, благодарна Богу, что все-таки я пошла в спорт, занимаюсь спортом. И наш мир спорта оказался очень дружным. Мы все сплотились, и все помогли мне вылечить моего ребенка.
But as for the challenge of the field of play, Oksana, she faced with a very big challenge in her life because of her son, of his illness. It was very dangerous for his life. And thankful to sport, Oksana, she had and still has many friends, many people from sport who supported her at that time. They assist her and with the gathering efforts, it were made right decisions. And finally, her son, he got treatments and recovering. And finally, he's alive and he's safe. And now your son, he's 23, and all is good.
I think we can tell you the least we can say that he's lucky that his mother is Oksana Chusofotina. So,
и поэтому, знаете, я всегда говорю, что кто занимается спортом, кто находится в спорте, это очень счастливые люди.
I always say that who are an athlete, the person who's people who are involved, engaged in sport, they are really very happy. They are really very happy.
So, now, what are your next steps on the field of play? So, you already had the gold medal in Konya, August 2022. What are your next steps on the field of play?
Следующий шаг у меня в спорте – это подготовка к Азиатским играм и, конечно же, к Олимпийским играм. Вообще, я хотела выступать только на Азиатских играх и как бы закончить свою карьеру, завоевав медаль для Узбекистана. Это моя мечта.
My next steps are participation in the forthcoming Asian Games and then in Olympic Games. As I know, Oksana, she's trying. She does his best to be qualified for the Olympic Games. And her dream is to have one medal more for her country, for Uzbekistan.
Вне спорта, конечно же, первая моя задача – это по указу президента открывается моя академия моего имени по гимнастическим видам спорта. Поэтому, знаете, я уже наполовину там, и я очень хочу, когда начнет работать эта академия, чтобы дети, даже кто не способен к гимнастике, чтобы приходили, занимались спортом.
And Oksana's next steps out of the field of play is under the decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. In the nearest time, it will be opening the academy in honor of Oksana, and she's involved in this process. Will be the first academy in gymnastics in all disciplines. So that is, she's had many plans in sport and also regarding this opening of her academy.
This is great to know that there is a plan of the field of play, and it's good that you're gonna pass your dedication and your commitment to the new generation. So congratulations for your plans on and off the field of play.
Thank you. Но знаете, это еще большая ответственность, как бы. У нас до этого никогда не называли ничьим именем академии, поэтому это еще и большая ответственность, но и как бы немножко такая гордость.
This is very, I feel that it is a very big responsibility because before it was not created any academies in honor name of the athletes. So I'm really proud of it, but at the same time, I feel big responsibility for it.
That's great. My last question. If today you are given all the chances and the resources, how would you contribute to your society in general and the next generation in specific?
Но если такой у меня был шанс, я бы, наверное, сделала, чтобы наши дети никогда не болели, чтобы все дети были здоровыми. А второе, я бы очень хотела вовлечь в спорт как можно больше детей, молодежи. Вот все, чтобы каждый ребенок занимался спортом, чтобы у него была для этого возможность.
If I have such chance, firstly, I would like to make all efforts to make children healthy, to be involved into sport. And the next is to involve many kids and to give the same opportunities for all of them.
That's great.
И еще бы я просто может быть, надо разговаривать. У нас молодой вид спорта с родителями, что, например, у нас в купальниках многие стесняются, но у нас по правилам соревнований на гимнастике можно выступать и в комбинезонах, поэтому это надо донести до родителей, чтобы родители это поняли и не боялись, не стеснялись отдавать своих детей именно на гимнастику.
And that is about educating of parents, because you know, our gymnastic, it's your uniform, it's special, but in gymnastic now it's allowed to have a uniform with a long sleeve and just to not open the body, so just to give right information to the parents that just no any barriers for them, for their kids to be involved into sport.
Thank you very much. Commitment, dedication, resilience. For some people, the sky is the limit. For Oksana, beyond the sky is the limit. Olympic medalist, world champion, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Oksana Chuzovotina. Thank you, Nargisa. Thank you very much. So after finishing with Mrs. Chuzovotina, and as mentioned before by Sheikha Hayat, while she was introducing her strategy, or basically the OCA gender equity strategy, we talked about how the Olympic Council of Asia was creating a tailored program to support gender equity. And also one of the questions from my colleague Walid about education and awareness, this program is basically tailored to support women and to empower women through physical activity and education through the Olympic Values Education Program. And also, as mentioned by Sheikha Hayat, that some NOCs did benefit from this program, and this is an opportunity to open the floor for some NOCs to present the work done, and also it's a chance to push other NOCs to benefit for the coming years. So, I would like to welcome from NOC Bahrain, Director of Bahrain Olympic Academy, Dr. Nabil Taha, for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bahrain. The privilege, honor to be with you here. Talk about program we are privileged to be sponsored by the IOC and Asia Council that enable us to do it here in our island. 52% Bahrain is under 35 years old. 30% is below 20 years old. And we say, human being is production of his environment. We wanted, through your support, to create the environment where we give the opportunity, the chance to our partner, the ladies, the youth, to work in this program. This 7-minute presentation, I'll do it fast, and hopefully I can present it in a good way. We are honored, privileged to have a role model in Sheikha Hayat. Not she is a top player when she was playing table tennis, but she is a leader. She is a president of an important association. She is a leader in the Olympic Committee, and she is a friend. And she set the bar high. Believe me, she does. We had a program to introduce fitness for ladies, and we did it randomly. And this is the working group. We had the privilege of hosting Victoria Tea from Slovenia, and we had a group here from our NOC. In order to do the program, we have set an objectives we wanted to reach. We want to show leadership in this program. We need leaders. We wanted to build confidence. We wanted to enforce physical activities. And we wanted to create a social network where everybody can express and do the things they like through sport. In leadership, we wanted to recruit, we wanted to retain, and we wanted to recognize. We wanted to build confidence. This is one of our objectives. 3, reinforcing learning mental skills and making the right decision, hopefully, to make the right decision. And we want them to have to explore. We wanted them to do new things, to learn from new things, to be accustomed with the new things, to be easy with new things, and to go outside to go outside their comfort zone and do it. And we wanted to do it through physical fitness. We wanted to reinforce physical activities by participation. Of course, enjoy it and have fun while doing it, and to build healthy mind and body. The social network is important. We wanted to work together, and I mean it, together. We want to share common values and visions. We wanted to have clear goals with KPIs. And we wanted to involve, to know how, and to know why. These are the 49 ladies that went through the program. You can see they come from different backgrounds. They have different interests, and they come from different associations. All of them came together in 60 hours of theory and a practice course, and it was a success, and it is a beginning. Of course, you cannot develop what you cannot measure. And through our survey, that they have to speak, and we want to share what they have encountered, what they had, the experience they had with us in the course, and of course, what did they think of the course? From the 38 who answered the survey, 32 thought it was excellent, and 6 speak of it good, and nobody thought it's fair. So it is a big success from their point of view, and this is important for us. The course conditions and the creation important, the course condition, because we wanted to create that atmosphere where they can express and play and feel easy to play. And their opinion about the course content, 34% said that it is excellent. And the rating of the overall experience, 29 thought that it was excellent to be in this course. And this is a big reward to us to see that what we have done, what we have worked in 60 hours was something worthwhile. And we always in the questionnaire tell them what they will do the next step. And we have, from the 39, we have 29 mothers, and they mentioned about involving their children in sport, and I think this is the biggest reward we can have. We are talking about the health and well-being of the nation. We are talking about the message is being carried through this program. Did the course add any aspect to your knowledge? Yes, 36 from the 39 said yes, it did, and it was rewarding enough. I have one daughter, and she is the 3rd year law. And she said, Daddy, where are you going? I said, I'm going to talk about gender equity. He said, Daddy, I have a message. Tell them that you mess up and women fix it. And I think through those programs and the opportunity to do it, I think we will have a better environment. We'll have a better outcome. We'll have a better life, a better vision for the future, to be optimistic about what's going on. And thank you all for coming to our beautiful island. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about our programs and the upcoming programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And it was great collaboration with NOC Bahrain, and congratulations, Sheikha, also for all the work done by the NOC. And if you are asking how you can benefit from this program, it's very easy. You need to access the relay system, where you can find the guidelines for social development through Olympism and education. And then you will apply through the OS relay system. Definitely we will approve. The money is there. Don't hesitate. Now it's time for you to benefit. And this is a great opportunity to say that this is a joint collaboration and work together with the International Olympic Committee. And together, Mr. Pedro and Mr. Niels are here also. This is one of many projects and programs that you can benefit from the Olympic Council of Asia and the International Olympic Committee. So don't hesitate to connect with Pedro and Niels. I think you already met Pedro and Niels. So this is how we are supporting financially the NOCs. If you are asking, and if you mentioned before during the workshop that we need to support, we need the finance is there. Now it's time for our dear Secretary Generals and board members joining us today is to access the relay system, apply, and support women. Thank you. Now I would like to welcome on stage another interesting project that was also highlighted by the IOC in the report. NOC Mongolia, OCA Gender Equity Committee member, Mrs. Viaratuya Bayar Saikhian.
Dear OCA and distinguished guests, dear NOC colleagues, good afternoon. It is a great opportunity for us to share our experience with you today. First of all, we would like to thank OCA for this wonderful initiative of the project Social Development through Olympism and Sport. We organized the project in March under the guidelines of OCA, and it was a great honor that our report has published at the Olympic Solidarity Report. Thank you again to OCA and Olympic Solidarity. The Commission was created in 2001 and since then organized several seminars and workshops for women administrators with the support of Olympic Solidarity. The Commission chairperson received the IOC trophy in 2009. According to the recommendations of IOC Olympic Agenda 2020+5, the NOC increased the number of female members at the decision-making level in 2021 and 2022. We have selected 2 female athletes as NOC members during the General Assembly and 2 female delegates elected as NOC Executive Board member. We have implemented a special project for Tokyo Olympics even during the COVID situation. It included the workshops and research on female athletes who qualified for Olympic Games. We have worked with a team of sports psychologists and specialists on nutrition. We have done research on the participation of female athletes in the Olympics, and the number of female athletes has steadily increased in Summer Olympics. But the female athletes number remains same at the Winter Olympics since 1988. After this project, we were looking for financial support to organize our next step. Luckily, the OCA sent the official letter and guidelines to all NOCs, and we were happy to apply for the project. We have planned our project in 3 pillars, such as empowering human resources, high school outreach program, and sustainable development goal content. We have organized the Female Managers Development course. Prior to the training, a survey of participants found that 40% had never received leadership or management training, and that skills needed to be gradually developed to increase women's representation in sports decision-making. In the future, we need to gather more analyzed data on each sports representatives and management. Therefore, we can focus more on initiating a customized program for each sports type and systematically advance in the future steadily. In the empowering female athletes area, we organized the Female Athletes Career Development course. The training content is designed for women athletes how to plan and develop various stages of their competitive careers, personal development opportunities, and preparation for transition to a successful post-athletic professional life. The NOC is determined to continue developing these projects to help women athletes to boldly design and pursue a life of athlete both before and after their competitive days are over. Therefore, in the future, it will become a complete program designed and developed specifically for women athletes. The next area has included the project, namely, You Can Be Next Olympian High School Outreach Program. The You Can Be Next Olympian sport event aims to inspire young people to believe in themselves and to promote Olympism to students, increase their interest in physical activity and sports, bringing Olympic medalists role models to share experience. The project goal aligned perfectly with the NOC's goal and objectives of promoting and developing deeper connections between athletes and younger generations by inviting Olympic medalists to their school and engaging with sport practice. In the future, we need to organize and plan more accessible for students and to work in an open-ended manner in each sport that is appropriate for children of all ages and abilities. Since the Sustainable Development Goal is an important issue, we developed the video content by the elite athletes. Total 20 of Olympic medalists, Olympians, young athletes, and national team representatives from 8 sport federations participated in the video content for support sustainable development goal and appealing to make a bold move against the climate change. To further resonate sustainability within the public, the NOC and athletes will work as the front runners, promote and demand concrete actions and tangible results. In accordance to the IOC gender equality recommendations, OCA strategy and Mongolia NOC statutes, the Commission defined the strategy planning till 2024 on following 5 directions. 1, a sport development section. We will keep focusing on gender equity in Olympic Games, safeguarding program at sport accessibility of sport facilities and empowering female athletes, coaches, and 2, governance. Increase women's participation in decision-making levels for sport organizations and increase participation of women nomination for leadership positions. 3, supporting program. We will make the program funding accessible for projects aimed at increasing women's participation in sport and development of female athletes, coaches, managers, and referees. 4, cooperation. Evaluating and advising the use of sport organizations, gender equity, and publicly promote the implementation of gender equity projects in sport. 5 is media and press. Gender balanced relationships in press information and public relations activities. We will work together to monitor activity applications, measure results, and develop recommendations. I will end here my presentation, and if you're interested more, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for NOC Mongolia. Sheikha, it was a great collaboration with NOC Mongolia also through our program, the Social Development. Now, we will jump to workshop number 2, and then we will reach the last part, the most interesting part, which is the panel discussion, the presentations, and the Q&A section with our speakers for topic 2. So now the same concept like workshop 1, groups together, and you can see the question for topic number 2, workshop 2. And the question is the following. Discuss the best practices applied in your NOC that are helping in ensuring and enforcing gender equality. Again, we gather together the paper in front of you, and please stick to 3 main points without explaining a lot. I know you are so excited, but 3 main points, and you need to present for 2 minutes. And the countdown will start now, 30 minutes. Yeah, there is only one part, which is the discussion Q&A. And that's it. This is kind of an interesting part where they will be asking us. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, thank you very much.
والله معكم كمان.
Just a small reminder, 2 minutes left to present. Small reminder, 2 minutes left to present. Thank you.
So, so time is up. Sheikha, if we can, please. Yes. So, yes, well, yeah. Can we invite Oksana again on stage also, please? So we will start with the presentations with Group A presentation, and if we can please stick to the 2 minutes presentation. So again, we can see the question, which is discuss the best practices applied in your NOC that are helping in ensuring and enforcing gender equality. Group A, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes. If you can stand up, please.
Sure. Hello. So we're from Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Korea, Kuwait, and Mongolia. And the three best practices that we're going to share with you guys is legislation. So the NOC, in one of the countries, the NOC has forced each sports committee to have a women's sports committee under it. A second best practice is supporting athletes to transition from athletics to coaching. So providing training for current athletes, so when they are done, they can become coaches, and also leadership training. And our third best practice is inclusion. So the inclusion of women and girls in scholarships just for them, and opportunities and trainings made especially for women and girls.
Thank you very much for Group A. So, Sheikha, basically the findings from Group A, we are talking about legislations again, and the support for athletes for life after retirement, and inclusion in terms of giving people women equal opportunities with men in terms of development and scholarship. So now I will move to Group C. Sausan,
Thank you.
welcome.
So this team has a group of people from Jordan, Bangladesh, Oman, Taiwan, Pakistan, and Chinese Taipei instead of Taiwan. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So the approach to tackle this, that we've discussed the practices by all of those NOCs, and we collectively agreed to certain practices. First of all, development of policies and application of constitutional procedures to guarantee equal ratios of men and women in events, in providing, let's say, infrastructure, in training, in staffing, and capacity building, and so on. The other practice was to form a commission and assign an officer who's responsible to run activities, to plan and implement activities related to gender equality. The third one was the special programs and initiatives that are run in different NOCs, including accessibility to key position in NOCs like being a female secretary general, chair of athlete commission, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sausan. Group C, talking about policies and also fair access and the distribution of the resources, also about the implementation process, and finally talking about the involvement in institutions and organization, which is giving the opportunity for women to be involved as secretary generals and chair for several committees like the athlete committees and the others. So Group H presentation.
Hello, my name is Riham Al Saud from Saudi Arabia, and I'm presenting my team over here. So we have three main points answering the question presented. First of all, we have the policy, which includes 30% of females in the board of sport organization, including official delegations, and at least one female participant in the Olympic Games. And then we have the safe sport policies and awareness across the country and stakeholders, including grassroots. The last point is workshops, which the same as we have today, and role models having constant talks and presentations. For instance, like in the Philippines, out of 30 federations are implemented their activities and plans in their workshops. So these are the 3 points that we have from our group, and I hope that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for Group H. Basically, talking about policies, but they were more specific, talking about specific quota and a percentage of 30%, including women being part of board members. And also they talked about something new, which is safe sports. And last but not least, workshops, seminars in order to raise awareness and to talk more about the topic. So now I will move to Group E.
Thank you very much.
we would like to share some point from NOCs from China, Indonesia, Syria, Tajikistan, and Iran. You know, after some discussions, we concluded some points which were more useful for implementation of gender equity is giving the more opportunities to women, especially regarding the ISC Agenda 2020 plus 5 and OCA support, allocating of Olympic solidarity opportunities to women and enforcement and empowering them deliberately sometimes because the number of women are less than men in some countries to be included educational programs and Olympic solidarity opportunities and scholarships and something like this. Because of that, we have to do some enforcement deliberately. And again, the second one. Again, education is the best program for implementation of gender equity and gender equality because it makes powerful person, men or women, to occupy the position and to act perfectly. The third one, cultural activity to make appropriate vision for the society to accept the women and men for 50-50. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So basically talking about more opportunities in terms of development when it comes to Olympic solidarity and OCA, education and cultural activities. And to explain again the concept for this workshop, so after we finish the presentation, we will give the floor for our panelists and speakers to comment based on the findings, and then we will open the floor for the Q&A. So now group E.
So,
I missed I,
hello,
I think.
hello, right?
Did we I is done or not yet, Sarah?
I think not I.
So I first, and then E. Done? Okay, E.
So, thank you. I am speaking from very gender equity table. You can see, and Timor-Leste, Japan, Laos, Palestine, and Turkmenistan. And maybe we are repeating some of the points, but I hope you can find some difference between our points. So the first was the keeping balance between women and men in the leadership positions within the sports federations, organizations, and athlete commissions. So in order to ensure that we have the representative of the woman who spoke and protect of the interest of the woman in sports. So second point was giving the equal opportunity with a number of the quotas for men and women, athletes in participating in the multi-sports events and regional tournaments. And the last point is the practical experience from the Kyrgyz Republic, which the last year we built the dedicated venue for the wrestling athletes, and which named it Women Wrestling Sports Center in order to encourage the women athletes to participate in the sporting events. So, and coming back to the second point, it was an experience in Palestine to giving equal number of the division between number of the technical officials. So, for example, if it's tournaments in the regulation, they write down and they encourage to have the both technical officials, men and women. So I think it's clear, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for Group E. So basically talking about balance and equal opportunities in terms of leadership and participation as athletes, and finally talking about the involvement of when it comes to physical activity and to include women more in terms of competition. So Group V.
Soha Marzouk from Lebanon, presenting on behalf of Group UAE, Lebanon, Hong Kong, Maldives, Afghanistan, and South Korea. So the best practices we found, other than giving us the chance to be here in this seminar, we started to hear about quota in the executive boards at the national federations and NOC levels. The NOC established an Olympic Youth Council under the NOC umbrella to prepare the future leaders in a way to embrace gender equity. The third, NOC are preparing and conducting gender equity seminars and encouraging their personnel to participate to enhance knowledge and to create awareness about gender equity. Thank you.
Thank you for Group V. Basically, when it comes to awareness and education in terms of seminars and workshops, especially talking about the young generation, which is very important. And finally, Group E, exclamation mark, in order to finish with achieve.
Yeah. So we have NOCs from Qatar, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, and Uzbekistan. And the first point is basically providing equal opportunities for women athletes. So becoming role models, giving them that platform to showcase their talents, their passion, and in turn becoming ambassadors that the communities can look up to. The second point is the Sports Excellence Awards that happens yearly. And of course, the Women in Sports Awards is also integrated within that. So giving equal opportunity for both men and women, which happens in most of our NOCs. And another example is giving out awards after the Southeast Asian Games that happens every 2 years. And my final point is including women in many initiatives, whether it's programs or committees. So the Athletes Commission, for example, or many programs to allow them to make decisions and to vote and much more as well. And other programs that include the Olympic Solidarity, which is also taking into account fulfilling the 40% of the women participation in the technical courses and sports administration courses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nada. So, Group E with exclamation, talking about role models in order to influence the young generation, talking about portrayal in a way with when we are talking about Sports Excellence Awards, and also talking about engaging and involving women when it comes to committees and executive board. And it's something good to mention, Sheikha, that Nada presenting the part which is role models and athletes to become involved in the managerial part. So for those that who don't know Nada Araqji from Qatar, she's, correct me if I'm wrong, Nada, she's the first Qatari woman to participate in the Olympic Games, London 2012. And now, because I have a personal experience as an educator together when we delivered the workshop with the IOC at Qatar Olympic Committee, so she's also an IOC educator to support and prepare athletes for life after retirement. And now with her current position as the Qatar Olympic Committee as the head of the Olympic Solidarity Department. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a great example about a role model about how athletes can, women specifically, can play an important role. So congratulations. So Sheikha, this is basically the findings from Achieve groups. And now I will give you back the floor for your intervention, and definitely for the intervention from our speakers and panelists, and then we move to the Q&A section. The floor is yours.
Well, once again, I would like to thank you for your interaction. And we have heard from you so many ideas, but it is a common one. It is important for everyone, and we are really putting that one in consideration. But from my point of view, that while preparing the recommendation, Tony, we should just focus. They have mentioned some important things. So the recommendation, okay, must include all this one, and especially the best practices. It is very important in this part. I think they have also mentioned something relate to fair access and clean sport. Here come to my mind just now, I spoke with His Royal Highness that maybe we can focus on this part, and for sure, with his valuable experience, His Royal Highness, he will give us a guideline how to go ahead in this part, which is maybe absent for some of you, not as a tool. يعني.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for my late arrival this afternoon, but I had requested for a different engagement. And I'm sorry I missed most of the presentations of our panelists here. I'd like to remind you that in 2017, the IOC launched the Safeguarding Toolkit, which is available online and has been used by a number of NOCs and IFs in order to do a self-evaluation of where they are when it comes to safeguarding, as well as how to develop and how to mature programs so they can address the issue of safeguarding. That toolkit is still available online. If you do not know, the IOC website is available, and just go on the IOC and look for safeguarding. There's the toolkit there. There's also other information on the issue of safeguarding. I'd like to tell you that since last September, so just over a year ago, the IOC launched a safeguarding officers certification course. That is to allow NOCs and IFs to have somebody that's trained it's all done online, but to be trained on all the aspects of safeguarding so that that position can be filled with somebody who's qualified to do the job. Because one of the things we recognize when we're looking at safeguarding is people are saying, well, who do I appoint as a safeguarding officer? The IOC now has it, and we've already graduated the first 50 or so from the first course. We're in the process of doing the second course, which has about 92 students in it. It will be available every year for those NOCs, and particularly NOCs that don't have it will be given, I'm understood, priority over those that already have one or two proper safeguarding officers. So if you're looking at the issue of safeguarding, the IOC has both the toolkit and has a certification course in order to qualify people to do that role. I just want with the permission of the Sheikha to make just a comment at one of the recommendations. And that is to look at asking every NOC to have a Women in Sports Commission. I think it is valuable to do that, but there is a caution with that. What I have seen from my own personal experiences is they create a Women in Sports Commission. It is 100% manned by women, and the board don't take any of the recommendations seriously. So I believe in the 30% gender equity should be in all women in sports or gender equity commissions. And you need to have somebody that was willing to champion it at the board level. Otherwise, you're going to put a lot of effort, a lot of passion into something that is not going to materialize if the board is not committed to taking your recommendations seriously. So please keep that in mind. It is a great thing to do, but only if it's done right. Some NOCs might consider it as a way to get more women in commissions and so on to meet that 30% mark. We say we'll just make a commission of 20 women, we'll put them all in one place, and they won't distribute them elsewhere as a way to get the numbers more favorable. We don't want that. We want to have effective gender equity commissions that are, like I said, 30% gender equity in that. And that means getting the men on board, getting men who will be your champions as well. And that's critical if we're looking to move forward. There was a third thing, but sorry, my mind's gone blank. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Sheikha, maybe something important to mention, and thanks to His Royal Highness, when he hit the nail in the head talking about the women in sports committees, in National Olympic committees, and this was the first plan when it comes to our strategy, which is when we started collecting data about women and sports with National Olympic committees, and we were able to find out that even some don't have the women and sports, and others maybe they have the committee, but it's not that much active. So this is a good platform to say that this is our next starting point.
Sorry, my memory kicked back in, and just the caffeine helped. But there's another easy win that you can do if you're looking at legislation. The IOC requires the athlete's voice to be heard on the board. That requirement is usually to have 2 members from the Athletes Commission, the chair, and 1 other person elected to the board of your NOC. What we did in Jordan, we said at least 1 of them has to be a female. That's an easy way to be able to get at least add a woman to the board, because the requirement is there. In fact, in our first elections, I had both athlete representatives being women. But these are little things that you can do in terms of legislations that will at least ensure that boards have female representation on board by just adopting that type of legislation. So I strongly recommend that you consider doing that as part of your legislative program. And that is at least 1 of them has to be a female. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, just I want to clarify one thing. When we speak about education, it is really a very important matter for all of us. But we should emphasize that education is a continued process for everyone, all of us. So this is the idea, just to clarify education and the necessity of education in our process. Here, since we are speaking now about best practices, Michaela, well, as you are a previous athlete and a current IOC member, what do you think about at least 3 examples of best practices where a National Olympic Committee can apply in term of enhancing gender equity, and also to reach our goal in this respect, and take it especially for those who really need an examples. I felt that somebody is waiting for an example. Is it possible that you can just...
Thank you. And this is in relation to IOC. Yes. I would say that number 1 is that in the IOC, we have strong leadership value to gender equality and walks the talk. And this is why the IOC commissions are now composed of 50% women, because it's something that is done by the leadership, the appointment of women to different commissions and positions is something that the leader can do. And also there is it's the desire is spoken even if it's not written down in policy. Let's say in the executive board, I have to admit that when I put in my candidacy that I had a certain amount of confidence that a woman was desired to be elected. So the leadership influences the culture within the organization to say, to give this message that yes, we want a woman to be on the executive board, even if it's not dictated upon the members. The culture is influenced because of the leadership. And I also have to continue to give credit to men within the organization who continue to encourage women like me, not just to put ourselves forward, but to support us in our journey also as leaders. And I have once again His Royal Highness to thank for that, because he is one of those leaders who walks the talk, not just in the IOC, but in other organizations as well. And when we are given the opportunity to come together in workshops like this, the IOC organizes a lot of educative workshops with the deliberate effort to make sure that both the genders are represented in these workshops and activities and in everything that the IOC does. And then after that, the efforts and the achievements of the women are acknowledged. So there also is the effort there for the portrayal of women and the role models. So I just want to point out also that you here have mentioned all of these things as part of the best practices that are being done by your NOC. So I hope that in itself is encouragement that some of us are on the right track, and with what we have heard from each other in this particular workshop, that we would also have that kind of inspiration of ideas to see what is doable now and what can be a catalyst for future activities and efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't know if Mrs. Gandogan and Mr. Mamadou and Oksana would like also to comment on our presentation when it comes to discussing the best practices. So I'll give you the floor before opening the floor again for the Q&A and then the takeaways and conclusion. Mrs. Gandogan, anything to add?
First of all, I think it's great opportunity for all of us getting together and talking to each other and learn from each other and get to know, and networking is a great opportunity. So for today and tomorrow, it's continue to do that. I just like to again maybe tell everyone that it's without if we are sometimes focused too much on the top of executive boards, you know, the number of female at the top positions, but it's so important that if we do not increase the number of women and girls in the grassroots level, number of girls practicing sport, number and level of athletes, coaches, administrators, psychotherapists, then they will not have, you know, opportunity to go up. That's why if we do not increase the level of grassroots, if we increase the level of grassroots, then we will have more opportunity to go for girls and women to the top positions. Therefore, we should not too much focus on the top and focus on the grassroots, and then work with the communities, stakeholders, NGOs, clubs, federations together to create synergy.
Thank you very much. 100%, especially that tomorrow we will be talking about grassroots and we will see the importance of starting from grassroots strategies in order to create sustainability. Mr. Mamadou, thank you. Just
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I will share experience based on our own organization. As I told you earlier, I work for the Red Cross, so we are a humanitarian organization. We work in violent situations of war. So we are faced as an organization with 2 or 3 main challenges when it comes to gender. One is a presumptive thinking that in these complicated environments, men are the only one that thrives. Yeah? And then comes with lots of a priori, lots of presumptions and stereotypes about men being great workers in this environment and women not be able to thrive. So leadership, as Sheikha has said in His Royal Highness, it's important in the sense that in my organization, we had leaders that cared, and because they cared, they made it very clear that the commitment started with them in their teams, and then they instructed from top down certain prescriptive instruction to make some changes. Then we start on the difficult, painful, but important journey of changing the mindsets. You know, when I started, we thought that going to negotiate access on the front line with armed groups could only be done by men. But we have had to reverse all this thinking. And now we have amazing colleagues in the field, be it in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Gaza, doing exactly that. And many of them are women. We actually realize that when you have women negotiating with jihadists, for example, I mean, they're even more successful than men. Because some men come with lots of, it becomes almost some testosterone kind of contestation, and they forgot about the real objective, which is to support those who are suffering. So women help us really cross and deliver in the front line. And then, so part of dealing with the cultural change within this environment of humanitarian work came the necessity to not only deal with this using carrots and sticks, and it's quite important. So the carrots is the changing mindset that we're talking about. So you do it in a soft way, you do workshops and so on. But then you have to also be sure that you have a value compasses in this organization. And the Olympic values are absolutely formidable beginning to make sure that across the board there's shared understanding of equity. And then you have the stick, which is the compliance issues. Because in our part of the world and in our line of duty, you have issues sometimes. And then the leaders need to be very clear that there are some red lines that must never, ever be crossed. And then the result of this painful but important work is we see serious impact on the ground. The support that we provide to communities qualitatively improve when we have women in our teams and women are leading our efforts, because we actually see problems we didn't think of. And now we not only see problems we didn't think of, we plant seeds for really long-lasting, transformative solution to communities. So when we're dealing with climate change, dealing with gender, when you have gender equity, you address seriously now the problem. When you're dealing with access to healthcare, etc., with women on the table, you address these issues. So for us, it's a no-brainer. Leadership is important, grassroots. One last point, mentorship. Mentorship is quite important because that's what creates the link between the top and the bottom. My dear sister from Turkey said earlier something that is probably my takeaway when we were having a chat outside. She told me that I worked really, really hard to get to where I am, and being there is not the legacy. The legacy is to make sure that what comes after is part of the transformation, that it's parent. And that kind of mindset it's powerful, and that's really my takeaway. So thank you for that advice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Different perspective about best practices and another reason why women should be more involved. So since Oksana has nothing to share for the time being, if we have any question before moving to the takeaways and conclusion with our panelists, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal and Mrs. Michaela Jaworski, maybe we can take a question for like a 10 minutes question and answer section before moving to our takeaways and closing topic 2. Any question from our participants? I know you are tired, so I'll go back to our panelists and speakers and give the floor to His Royal Highness and Mrs. Jaworski for the takeaways and conclusions.
Hello. Okay. I didn't prepare as much as I did this morning for this part of this. But instead of enumerating what has been shared by our participants as best practices that are already being done by the NOCs, I think it would be better to highlight that these are also things that were mentioned this morning. So what we mentioned as weaknesses and what we mentioned as needs have also been mentioned by some as best practices of what is already being done by the different NOCs. And it really just highlights that most of us are in different places from each other, and the needs that we have moving forward from this seminar are different. But we already knew that. We already know that. We already know about the diversity in culture within Asia. We already know that we have different starting points. And I think this is the important part that we need to remember throughout the rest of the workshop so that the recommendations can really be more useful and more applicable to the different NOCs that are here. And Neshe, we've known each other for a long time, but I want to take this opportunity to appreciate and honor you for the work that you've done in your NOC because it is really remarkable. And you work so hard and you don't even bring any attention to yourself. And I want to thank you for that. And I also want to say that I overheard, I was eavesdropping your conversation earlier, and I heard you say that a lot of people know what we want, we know what we need, but many times we don't know how to do it. And you're absolutely right, because there is a lot of uncertainty. The goal is apparent. We know what the goal is, but sometimes it's difficult to know what the different steps are to get there. So I think that it would be very useful also for us to come away from this workshop with that. And to end, I want to thank you, Mamadou, for your endorsement of Olympic values. And the reason for that is that I chair, I chair the IOC Education Commission. And yes, it is part of what we would like to do to spread the Olympic values. And we do this through OVEP, the Olympic Values Education Program. So this is me telling all of you that if any of you are interested in having OVEP run in your countries, you can please just approach me and we will find a way to get this done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very interesting takeaways and conclusion from our panelist, Mrs. Jaworski. Thank you very much. I would like to say, before concluding with topic number 2 and concluding day 1, I know everybody is tired and we still have, I will leave Sheikha later to talk more about the dinner at 8 o'clock. I would like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Al-Hussein for his valuable participation and interventions. Thank you very much for your time. Mrs. Jaworski also, thank you for joining us for day 1. We still have day 2. not to forget always our speakers. First, Mrs. Nesha Gandogan, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to welcome you in person. We are lucky. And also Mr. Mamadou, so thank you very much. And definitely Mrs. Oksana Chusofotina, thank you very much. We are lucky to have you here with us, a legend, and good luck for all your plans on and off the field of play. So a loud applause for our speakers and panelists for topic 2, best practices. So Sheikha, when we are done with topic 2 and day 1, I will give you the floor to close day 1, and thank you very much.
Well, just I would like to thank all of you, speakers, panelists, and I'm really happy for this interaction between us and you. This good or valuable participation make us be also more productive and go out of the hall and rethink once again about what you have said, putting in consideration that by these ideas we will do something and will reach something which we might not have reached it before. But be sure that inshallah the recommendation will be at your expectation. Thank you very much.
So
Thank you, Tony.
thank you, Sheikha. Thank
I
you
would
very
like
much.
to thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for attending. I know it's a long day. Don't forget the dinner at 8 o'clock. And one more thing to mention is that tomorrow we will start our day again, 8:30. We will gather. We will start at 9 o'clock. It's not a long day. And thank you very much for attending, for your energy. Take a rest and then see you in 2 hours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's okay? I mean, I didn't want.
It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're leaving, what time you're leaving?
1 o'clock at night.
So you will attend the day.
Yes.
Thank you, Sheikha. يعطيك العافية.
يعطيك العافية أنت يا أخوي. الحين يعني عندنا بس ساعتين. Yeah, so good.
Thank you.
Tomorrow you sleep is efficient. Tomorrow.
We finished on time.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Tomorrow will be
1 o'clock. Like 1:30, with photos and everything.
And then you will come at tomorrow.
4?
I wish I could, but because I'm a graduate student taking masters. My flight is at the evening.
Thank you.
Can I find you after the gala? I have something for you.
For sure.
I wanted to give you like some tea last time at Phnom Penh, but as I said, like, you were too busy. So this time I brought some
Thank you very much.
pineapple cake instead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.